But anyway, Scarlet Nexus. We started Yuito's route. We got through pretty quickly. We are already at like the major split. I don't remember what phase this is. We're in standby 3, so we'll be starting 4. The last thing we saw was like Nagi and Seto fighting. We made the black hole. And Kasane went one way. We have like the whole rivalry going between Suo and Seiran, which in between, I mentioned like, oh, maybe I'll like do some side quests off screen. I did one. But we don't actually have access to Suo right now. So I couldn't really do anything else. You're just way over level for this part of the game? Yeah, so with EX New Game, you get to keep all your stuff. And they asked me at the start, do you want to keep Yuito's level? I said, absolutely. So we are level 60. Just plowing through everything. But I believe that's it. Like, even just the little side quest I did wasn't enough to, like, push anyone to the next bond level or any of that. So, it's very cathartic, yeah.
I'm tired. Maybe I should rest. Okay, let's go to Suo.
I'm worried about Wataru. I hope he's okay.
Hey, Major General Karn started a rebellion, right? There are probably other OSF that aligned with him, like Gemma was. There's even a chance that the Major General will be there too. If we find ourselves up against him, do you think we got what it takes to win?
Major General Karin is powerful. He's a Septentrion, the Brain Eater.
When his brain field hit me, my body convulsed like I was having a seizure.
Oh, that's fun.
I learned how to develop a brain field as a cadet, but it was too taxing to use in a real battle. The fact that he used something so dangerous means that he's not fooling around. Still, I have to go.
Oh, interesting.
Right, Gemma?
They go
Yes.
under... Okay.
I have to see what's happening with my own eyes.
Yuito's gloves are pretty terrible, yeah. Even, like, when he's in his regular costume. The half gloves thing. I know Grim mentioned how uncomfortable they look. Yeah. Oh. Suo looks like he's
Why
doing
are there
great.
others in the city?
Wataru, what's going on?
No response from Wataru. What's wrong?
The city's system stopped?
Be careful. Arahabaki, the computer that controls all of Suo, has shut down. I don't know the cause, but all of the city's defense systems are offline. That let others into the city, and the chaos is spreading.
Wataru, what does that mean?
You're able to contact him?
I'll see if I can reboot Cynet from here. Eliminate as many others from the city as you can. This isn't our normal communication, but my telepathy. The comms are down, so I can only speak to you. I can't hear you, so don't bother replying. Do your best to survive.
What? Hey, Wataru!
Yuito, Wataru is communicating only to you?
It looks like Cynet is down, so he's contacting me telepathically.
I see. So we'll be without his support for a while.
Yeah. He says Arahabaki was shut down, and the defense system is down too. And he said there are others in the city he wants us to take care of. He'll be focusing on rebooting the system.
He wants us to eliminate the others, but we don't know where or how many there are.
Yeah. Tsugumi, give us the rundown about each and every other you find. We'll take them out.
Understood. It might be difficult in such a large area, but I'll try.
Okay. Let's just clean up the others around us first.
Understood.
Right. Do we know where Luca is in all this? I remember someone last night saying that
I can't
Kyokushita and
believe
Arashi
Suo's
are with
systems went
Kasane,
down.
but where's Luca?
It's usually
I don't
full
think
of visions.
I don't remember
It's
where
mostly
Luca
ads,
was from
but it
Kasane's
makes me
point of view
nervous when
either.
they're all gone.
Like, after Karen does the whole, like, fire tornado throwing everyone around the highway thing, I don't know what happens with Luca. And maybe whenever he appears, because he's part of this team, he's the fourth, maybe we'll learn that.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Yeah!
Yuito!
Here we go! Let's go! Come on!
Now! That attack!
Come on!
Is he in the future with Kasane?
We did it!
Worked! That must be...
Was he?
Yuito, Major General Fubuki is in our vicinity.
Where?
2 o'clock, coming this way.
Who are you under?
Captain Seto is dead, so currently...
Who knows?
Seto is dead? Wait. Are you under Karin's command? Or did he not summon you? Major General Fubuki, I'll explain the situation. I see. So Karin didn't summon any soldiers here other than Gemma.
What's going on? It looks like the city defense system is down.
I'll explain later. I still don't fully grasp what's happening as well. What I know for sure is that he stirred up some members of the OSF and conspired with the Seiran forces. With them, he attacked Suo.
So he did this to the city?
Were you aware of this, Gemma?
I didn't think he'd let others into the city, but I knew. Since you're with Yuito now, you're not aligning yourself with Seiran. Am I correct in that assumption? That's right. All right, I'll take any OSF allies I can get. You will all be under me now. I've split up troops to evacuate civilians, but there's just not enough of us.
We'll help. I don't know what he's thinking, but I can't believe he'd endanger civilians.
Thank you. Then I name Yuito as your temporary platoon leader.
Me?
Yes. Some of the council members failed to evacuate and are heading to shelter on foot. There's no communication from the backup OSF or the National Defense Forces. I want you to go see what's going on. The chairman and council members will feel safe with you.
My father. Understood.
I don't know what's going on, but it is dangerous. Everyone be careful. Even if you see other OSF, they may not be allies. There's no word of Seiran forces invading, but we don't know everything. We can't contact the central control center that houses Arahabaki, so don't take any risks. I'm counting on you.
Understood.
I'm going to the central control center. First, we need to reboot the defense system or the battle control system.
Let's head for OSF headquarters. The council shelter should be near there. You're okay with that, Gemma?
Yes. My desire to protect Suo is the same as yours. I swear my loyalty, at least until this situation settles down.
I trust you.
What is Major General Karin thinking attacking Suo? Even if he has some reason, this is wrong.
See, Kagero's MIA. Yeah, that should be when we get over there. That should be happening, actually.
Here we go! Let's do this, Hanabi! All right! Let's go! Let's keep this up! Come on! We did it! Let's keep this up! Try this! All right! We did it! All right!
There's an item on top of this. Or 2 items on top of this, okay. Jelly that we don't need. More jelly that we don't need. Oh.
Here we go! Come on! Here we go!
I'll protect you!
Thank you, Hanabi. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Now die!
That was impressive!
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have. Go, Yuito!
Yeah! Come on!
Okay. Alright. I saw these when we were loading in. I was like, I did not miss these. I think we fought maybe 1 or 2 of them at the end of Kasane's route. But I mostly remember this from the demo.
Here we go!
But, of course, since we have Tsugumi, we need
Wasn't expecting oil.
the enemies to use with her.
Let's go!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Now die! There!
My health.
Pay attention.
Yeah!
We got this!
Come on! Come on! I can hit it! There!
Do it!
Here we go! Hey! Come on! Let's go!
I was like, is he gonna attack? He seems overwhelmed, which is understandable, given how fast Yuito attacks.
There! Break! We did
Go,
it!
Yuito!
Noticed last stream they were still taking nice amounts of damage from things even at lower levels. Yeah, I mean, I also made it worse. Currently, I'm taking an extra 20%
Too dangerous
from
to move on
everything.
foot in this situation. If he's attacked by another, please be okay until I get there.
Hey, rude. I have the double-edged sword plug-in on. But it's still kind of like,
Keep this up! Come on!
like before in Kasane's route. It didn't really matter how much defense or HP I had.
We did it!
Things do so much damage in this game. They're completely irrelevant. I do have some defense. So that...
Come on!
I don't even know what that
Keep this
is.
Hey! All right!
There's like a special finisher animation. Maybe Kasane had those too, but I turned off finishers too quickly. Am I able to go up here?
I need to head to OSF headquarters.
But I do have like a Mach 5, Mach 6 defense plug-in on everyone. But I probably don't even really need that either. Could just do
Are you okay?
a 4, 5, 6 power.
You're Chairman Sumeragi's.
Yes, I'm Yuito Sumeragi. There are others all over the city. Please go to the shelter right away.
Please hurry to OSF headquarters. The chairman is being attacked by what look like OSF soldiers.
What? My father?
Hurry and help the chairman.
Understood.
Let's hurry. I'm worried about your dad.
Right.
Oh yeah. One of the last things we got from our
Dad is being attacked
from
by
Yuito's
OSF?
dad.
What the hell? I have to hurry.
He was actually like. See, do I actually get? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, he actually congratulated him. He mentioned in passing that like his father doesn't really support him joining the OSF. It seemed like they might be have a slightly distant relationship, but he is actually like, you know what? Sure, it's your decision. I'll accept you. Let's have dinner. We'll get together as a family with Taito, and then we get to roll up on this.
Kasane?
Yuito.
Dad.
Kasane, are you okay?
Dad! Out of the way! What are you doing?
Yuito, you must die.
What?
What are you saying?
I made a promise to you. Arm yourself!
It's over!
You promised me that you'd kill me? What are you talking about?
You don't need to understand. Die.
My health.
Stop it, Kasane!
Don't go near them, Hanabi. Kasane means business. If you get too close, not only will you not stop her, you could die.
This is bad.
You won't get away!
At this
Damn it! What is Kasane thinking? At this rate, Dad will... Kasane, we can do whatever you want later. I'm just worried about my father right now.
Here we go.
Please, stop.
Come on.
There's nothing to talk about.
This is bad.
By any means. You won't get away!
Whoa! That was close. What do you think you're doing? What do I do? Dad, I have to find a way to stop Kasane, even for a second. Oh, right. The brain field. I should be able to do it. I'm not as strong as Major General Karin, but if I try, though it might be too much for me. No! I'll think about that later. I don't have time to hesitate. Sorry, Kasane. This is all I could think of! I can do this!
I find it interesting you mentioned that they were trained as a cadet to use a brain field, but it was so taxing that, like, you can't realistically use it. I like this though. The like real film going by.
Is this Yuito's brain field?
Kasane. It's time to end this.
Damn you! Damn you!
If you really killed my father, then I'll never forgive you.
I can still fight.
Witness my strength!
Damn you!
Kasane, Kasane!
I don't remember him, like, losing his fucking mind during this. Makes sense. But it's not a detail I recall.
Something's not right here. Yuito's brain. It's an overdrive. It's dangerous.
Yuito, do you read me? Close the brain field right now!
What's happening to me? Is this the brain field?
No. I can still fight.
Wait! What are you doing? Why are you trying to kill me? And my father... Kasane, did you stab my father? Wait, what's this?
Attention all citizens of New Himuka, you blind fools who denied the truth before your own eyes. I am current travelers of the OSF. I reject the control of the New Himuka government as one of the Awoken. My allies and I have decided to cooperate with Seiron, who share our will. Pitiful citizens of New Himuka, don't turn your eyes from the truth. This nation is insane. They control the city, the information, and the people with Signet. Not even your thoughts are free. You are nothing but livestock, born to be used by the state. New Himuka is a regime that eliminates those that threaten them by driving them insane. They only raise submissive livestock they can control. There is no justice.
Hey, Kasane's getting away. Wait! Wait!
Yuito.
Dad? Tsugumi, we're going after Kasane.
Yes.
Dad!
Yuito. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for?
There's so much I have to tell you. Be careful. This nation... this nation, you...
Mr. Sumeragi!
No way. You can't die! Dad, please!
Wake up, citizens of New Himuka. Seiron protects the free will of the people and offers an environment for them to live as human beings. I promise to uphold that standard. There are no requirements to join us. I stood at the front lines of Seiron and rebelled against a society that would control humans and only allow some of them rights. Now, I will will destroy the new Himuka regime with Seiron as my homeland. What begins now is an escape from oppressive control, a revolution. To those of you who are awake, those who wish to awaken, come join my cause in Seiron. Help me destroy the new Himuka regime and put an end to their tyranny forever.
Great.
That looks like the end of Major General Karn's speech video. The government has started blocking it so it's inaccessible. So that means what he was saying is true. I knew everyone was under some control, but information is seriously being limited. Why don't you rest a little? I mean, this must be hard for you.
I'm sorry to make you worry.
Don't apologize. I mean, something like that happening right in front of you, it would be hard for anyone.
Kasane killed my father? Why would she do that? Did she really? And if New Himuka was trying to make a controlled society, my father and brother were at the center of it. Could he actually do such a thing? If so, then what's the reasoning behind it? Am I the only one who was kept in the dark about this? Damn it. Nothing makes any sense.
Both of you are all right.
Gemma! Tsugumi!
I'm sorry. I lost Kasane. It's frustrating.
We saw our meetup with Major General Karin, but we were attacked by the OSF with him. They disappeared while we were distracted. Since Tsugumi couldn't track them, they must have been moved by a teleporter.
I talked to Wataru too. He's all right, but his sister...
Did something happen?
She disappeared. I think she joined the Karin supporters in Seiron.
It seems nearly half of the OSF have joined him in Seiron. There are rumors that Seiron will declare independence.
So Kasane went to Seiron?
Yeah, probably.
What about you, Gemma?
Yeah, I probably would have gone as well. But now, I don't understand what what Karin is doing.
What do you mean? New Himuka really was watching its citizens.
True, the new Himuka government is likely controlling its citizens. Even so, I don't believe that putting people in danger was the right thing to do. It seems Karin evacuated the civilians of Suo to shelters before this disturbance started. But even if he did, he was the one who let others into the city in the first place. And then there's Seto. If what he told me about Seto is true, then Seto wouldn't have risked his life to stop Nagi. If he trampled on Seto's dignity to increase his allies, then I can't forgive him, or myself, for being a fool and not believing Seto.
Right. Captain Seto. And we don't know where Nagi is.
Yuito, you don't look well.
No, yeah, I'm
Look,
sure
Tsukumi's
he's
worried
doing
too.
just great.
Just take a break.
A lot of things just happened. Don't push yourself.
Thanks, guys.
Alright. You know, from this perspective, you really see, like, Yuito is just getting shit on left and right. Like, Kasane has, you know, trauma with Naomi, right? But then Yuito's dad's dead. His brother, while already distant, is starting to seem like the bad guy, which, I mean, he kind of is. His best friend, and then, like, platoon leader fought to the death. Like, the trauma for Yuito. And then Kasane, the girl who saved him as a kid, where he wanted to join the OSF in the first place, is trying to murder him. No, Bunch of brain messages. Bunch of brain messages. No, no dialogue popping up. Okay. Let's see here. We got a Lank Plant Observation Journal. A sandbag, okay. Oh, that's it, huh? Okay. Let's say we have a bond event with you. Bond event with you. Brain map expanded for new skills. Oh yes, we have 10 points to spend. Can we reach... See, we can get to half damage for sure. We probably won't be able to get full invincibility though. Alright, well, now we wait like 6 phases to be able to actually level up more to reach invincibility in Brainfield. I can't believe your dad's passed away. What are we supposed to believe in anymore? Do I have anything for you? Oh, I have another one of these apparently. Here you go. One more traumatic life experience equals free ice cream from Dairy Queen.
Didn't I have something to talk to Gemma about?
Yeah, probably, but there's also a lot of texts in here, so let's see how. Oh, God. I forgot, yeah, the weird, like, bonds from the other side. Shiden, of all people. I want to talk. Get to Musabi's now. It's important enough that I contact you, so get a move on. That kind of sounded like an order, but it must be a big deal for you to send me a message. That I'm on my way. We'll forget about everything that's happened and just talk. But yeah, we gotta get blocked by Kasane,
About time. Told you not to make me wait.
You'd complain no matter how fast I got here. So, what do you want to talk to me about?
I'm looking for something. Did Captain Seto leave a package with you?
Captain Seto? No, he didn't.
He had said he wanted to give me something.
Oh, the mask.
He couldn't keep that promise. But if he left it for me somewhere, I'd like to have it.
Oh, so it's like a keepsake then?
That's right. He didn't give it to you. So do you have any idea where he would put something like that?
Maybe the hideout. I don't remember anything like that, though.
Maybe you saw it, but you just forgot.
I guess, maybe. I don't even know what it is.
It must be some kind of small package or box, I think. Just go check the hideout again.
Hang on.
Shiden, you're not...
You want me to look for it? I don't have time for that.
I don't have time either. You can use your psychokinesis to search faster, can't you? You're the perfect man for the job.
He's acting all high and mighty. He should be more humble if he's asking a favor. But if there really is a gift for Shiden, Captain Seto would be happy if I gave it to him. Fine, I'll look, but don't pout if I can't find it.
What? I don't pout. I'm not a kid. Just get going. You're back. Did you find something?
Yeah. I found a case with your name written on it in a corner of the hideout. I don't know if it's what you're looking for.
Let me see. This is a battle mask. Captain Seto left this for me.
So it was a gift from him. Is that a card in there with it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Dear Shiden, I'm sorry I couldn't put you in my platoon. This doesn't make up for it, but here's a gift. This mask contains special electrodes that will make it easier to control the direction of your electrokinesis. It's the same type as mine, but yours is specially made. I hope you like it. Shiden, You are the hardest worker I've ever seen in the OSF. I know you'll continue to grow stronger, so trust in your own strength. I know you'll be even better than me. I don't plan on losing, though. We'll be good rivals.
Well,
I can't believe he
shit.
thought so highly of me. Damn it. There was so much I wanted to learn from him.
You were good friends with Captain Seto.
He was the only one in the OSF who saw something in me. He was a very special person.
I only fought with him for a short time, but I know that he was an amazing man. He was calm, dependable, and kind to everyone. I want to be like him someday.
You want to be like Captain Seto? You say it like anyone can do it. If someone like you could be like him, I would have been just like him a long time ago.
What's wrong with you? I understand you think highly of him, but
Bro,
I work
come
hard
on.
too.
You don't get it, rich boy. Just working hard won't get you very far in this world. I can't believe you think you can get to his level. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Fine, I won't say it anymore. You got your gift, so I'm out of here.
Hey, wait!
What?
I haven't thanked you for finding this mask yet. Well done.
Was that his idea of a thank you? I did it for Captain Seto. Tell me if you need me again.
If I feel like it.
He's pompous, rude, and really mean. But he's not all bad, I guess.
I guess.
If I'm as open-minded as Captain Seto, will I see him differently?
Jesus. Thanks again for the mask. Also, I got a little heated talking about Seto. I'm not handling it well yet. I get it. I feel like you'll get mad at me for saying that, though. I understand plenty how you feel about Captain Seto. I'm glad you got the mask and letter. I don't need your sympathy, but I'll look the other way this time. Sorry to bother you. No need to reply. Okay, and Kyoka, Yuito, I want to talk to you. We don't have to worry about what sides we're on, so could you meet me at Musabi's? I didn't expect you to contact me. I'm fine with not worrying about what sides we're on. I'll head to Musabi's then. Okay, mom friend.
Yuito, thank you for coming. You look well.
Oh, yeah, you look well too.
Just talk normally. It's not like I'm your boss.
I guess that's true. Okay, I will.
He's a good character to shake.
What did you want to talk about?
Actually, I want to ask you about Gemma. We fought together when he was in Kyoka platoon. We fight on different sides now, so I was wondering how he's doing.
Gemma seems fine. But now that you mention it, he does look tired sometimes.
That's what I was worried about. He can be too serious and awkward. Maybe he should pick up a hobby or something to take his mind off of work.
You really do care about your friends. It makes me kind of jealous of Gemma. It would be encouraging to have someone who cared that much about my well-being.
Well, now you're making me embarrassed. You never had someone like me to hover over you?
My father and brother were always busy with work. The servants were nice to me. But I didn't have someone as kind as you to take care of me. Not since my mom died.
I'm not as kind as all that. It's just that my friends who fight with me in the OSF are the same as family. Even when we're apart, I always wonder if everyone's all right. Also, Gemma isn't the only one I'm concerned about. I worry about you too.
What? Me?
Of course. Since we're both here, let me check up on you. You're not sick or anything?
No. I've been pretty busy, but I feel pretty good now.
Really? Well, no matter how busy you are, make sure to eat 3 meals a day and stay warm when you sleep so you don't catch cold. Oh, right. I got a really good charm recently. Where did I put it?
No, that's fine.
Pawn
You don't
off
have to worry
charms
that
on more
much.
people.
This is kind of embarrassing. Is this what it's like to have a mother hovering over you?
Oh, really? That's too bad. But okay. We should talk again sometime.
See you later. Why is Kyoka so kind to me? It's not like I was in her platoon or talked with her very much.
Like, yeah, it's like, no one's ever cared for me. Hanabi crying in the corner. I'm really glad we were able to talk. If you don't mind, maybe we could chat over messages. I was glad too. You can send me messages anytime. Sorry for my replies a little late. You really are kind, Yuito. You don't have to worry about that, but I'll be very happy if you do reply. Oh, from Tsugumi. I really am sorry I lost Kasane and the others. There's nothing I can do when they use the transfer power. Frustrated. It's fine, Tsugumi, thank you. This means that Kasane will be with Arashi, Kyoka, Shida, and Kagero now. No matter how much I think of it, I can't understand why Kasane would do that to my father. I don't understand it either, but did Kasane really do it? Considering the situation, I guess that might be the case. Let's gather more information. Yuito, take a rest, even if it's only a short one. Okay, and speaking of Tsugumi...
Yuito?
Yeah? What is it?
Thanks for everything.
Huh? Sure, you too.
Level 2. Get Guardian Vision, and while SAS is active, hitting with a read attack allows you to break shells with one hit.
It's gotten easier to talk to you.
I'm happy to hear you say that.
And then it looks like we can straight up just get the next Bond event. There has to be a reason Kasane sided with Seiran, but we can't forgive her for the assassination, no matter what the reason.
Oh, Yuito. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
That white flower. I told you I would look into it, but I still don't know the name.
Don't worry about it. I'm not in a rush or anything. Thank you for continuing to search for it.
I will definitely find it. I will show you that blooming flower. So wait.
Okay, I'll wait. But don't push yourself. Just do it when you have time.
Wait.
Hmm? What?
Huh.
It looks like she wants to say something. I feel bad for putting pressure on her, so I'll wait a little.
How is your stomach feeling recently?
My stomach? Now that you mention it, I guess I haven't had much of an appetite lately.
You should take some medicine.
Thanks, I will. How did you know my stomach wasn't feeling well?
My power.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're clairvoyant. So you have the ability to see inside my body.
I do my best not to look into people's bodies, but it's hard to control. Sometimes I catch a glimpse.
That's a useful power, but it sounds a little gross. That must be hard, Tsugumi.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked without permission.
Oh, don't worry about it. You seeing my organs is less embarrassing than if you saw me naked. Also, you told me because you were concerned. So, thanks.
But I still shouldn't have done it.
Huh. How come you're always so hard on yourself?
It happened a long time ago, when I was little. I wasn't as good at using my power then. I saw a lot that I shouldn't have. Inside bodies, inside rooms, people's secrets, things I didn't want to see. I didn't know it was bad, and I saw something my friend was hiding.
Oh.
I told everyone about it, and my friend and all the adults were afraid of me. I was alienated. Everyone hated me. I didn't want people to hate me anymore, so I became afraid to talk to anyone. So I'm always careful not to see or talk about people's secrets. But...
That sounds pretty terrible.
yeah, I did a bad thing.
That's not what I mean. You were just a kid. There was nothing you could do. Those adults should have known better. I'm sorry that happened to you when you were little.
But it wasn't all bad.
Really? From what I just heard, it sounds terrible.
I didn't have any human friends, but my grandpa taught me about plants. My grandpa liked bonsai, and he knew a lot about plants. He taught me that plants are friends who don't talk.
Friends who don't talk?
Yes. Well, not with words anyway. But with the shape of their branches or the state of their leaves, they can tell us a lot. And when we're sad, they're always silently by our side. When I heard that, I started to like plants too.
I see. Your grandpa sounds really nice. Thanks for the talk, Tsugumi.
Thank you for listening. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I will. Friends who don't talk, huh? Well, Tsugumi doesn't talk much either, but she cares a whole lot. I guess liking plants is something we have in common.
Alright. Hey, there are herbs that help with stomach pain. You should brew them together and drink them. Thanks, that's nice of you, Tsugumi. Did your grandfather teach you about herbs too? Yeah, he did. Also, I'm not nice. Plants are nice. There's there are a lot of other herbs that work for stomach pain, so I'll tell you about them sometime. Take care of yourself. Okay. Let's see. I ran back the footage to check if I was forgetting something. Nagi's just straight up missing after being sucked into the red strings. Seto's body is still there, but Nagi's is just gone. We know he ends up in the hospital. I guess we just don't know how. But we also don't know where Luca is, so maybe that's where. I think Seto's still in the freezer. I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Seto's body might just stay in the freezer for the rest of the game. Huh. Oh, wait, and I think I have a gift for you. Yes. This convenient tool automatically arranges daily plant growing conditions and photograph data into an observation journal. An observation journal is mandatory while raising plants. There is a built-in function that sets off an alert if there are gaps in data updates.
Oh, thanks.
I'll use this as an observation diary for the Hideout's plans. I'll record how they're doing every day.
Are there any problems?
I think things are fine right now.
If you need anything, just tell me. I want to help you. I may not be very useful, but I'm here for you.
Alright, already got to level 3. So now we have her combo vision. See, after a perfect dodge, R2 perform a read attack to damage the enemy and knock them prone. Baki Good Set Volume 1.
I understand you a little more.
I think I've gotten to know you better too. We're the same.
Yes. Fantastic. Gemma. I delivered Seto back to his family. Oh, okay, he's not in the freezer. I don't mean it as an atonement or anything, but I plan on giving his surviving family members whatever support they need.
Huh? Are you going somewhere, Gemma?
I'm going to Sumeragi Tomb to pay my respects. I have a friend buried there. I'm sorry for going at a time like this. I plan to come back as soon as possible.
Sumeragi Tomb? Would you mind if I tagged along? I've never been out with you before, and I like going there.
I don't mind. Shall we go then?
Okay.
Gemma hasn't come back yet. I guess paying your respects isn't something you rush. Maybe I'll go get my fortune told while I'm waiting. Oh, that Baki collaboration should still be going on.
More keychains.
Whoa!
Sorry to keep you waiting. What's the matter? Is that a fortune?
The fortune came with a Baki keychain I didn't have yet.
You really do love this Baki.
I mean, look how cute he is! Such a round and adorable face.
Are those popular? Sorry, I just can't relate to young people.
Yeah, really popular. They're often featured in magazines. They're so popular, they have a collaboration with Sumeragi Tomb. Do you want to give it a try?
No, I'll pass. We've been here long enough. I had a lot to share since I hadn't been here in a while.
You said you were here to see a friend. Can I ask whose grave?
Some friends of mine. My parents, too. My family originally had a separate grave, but we moved them to this communal tomb since we're dismantling our own.
Dismantling?
I don't have any siblings or children. Since the Garrison family will end with me, there's no more need for individual graves.
But you could have children in the future. I heard there are a lot of people who get married after retiring from the OSF.
I'm sure a lot of people do, but I don't know anything beyond fighting. Besides, I could die in battle before I get to retire, just like my friends buried here.
You haven't retired yet, but you're already thinking about your life ending?
My actual age is already past 50. I think it's normal for
There's a
OSF
number.
members my age to be thinking about their closing chapters.
Really? I didn't think 50 plus was an age you'd be thinking about this kind of stuff yet. Besides, you could still fall in love. Nobody knows what could happen in the future.
Fall in love? I don't think so. Although, I guess I can't say it's completely impossible.
Yeah, there's still a possibility. You never know what might happen if you try new things. You might realize you shouldn't be wasting your time acting all old.
Do I act old?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I am actually old, after all.
That's what I'm talking about. That right there. It's not good. I mean, you should just be more positive about this. We're children of the state. Try incorporating your inner child.
Inner child? Like how? You better not suggest kick the can or spinning tops.
No, I'm not talking about what they did in ancient times.
Ancient
I mean more
times.
like trying out the latest trends.
Latest trends? No, I'm too...
Actually, this magazine that had a feature on Baki made a list of trendy new restaurants and foods. I'm kind of interested, so do you want to go with me sometime?
To be honest, I'm not all too interested. But I can see how you're doing this for me. I guess I could try it once.
Great! I'll look into it then. Thanks, Gemma.
No, I should be the one thanking you.
Another Baki keychain. It doesn't look like it goes anywhere over there. I'm sure you didn't enjoy having me around, but it is good to talk to young people. It was revitalizing. It's so negative. I like talking to you too. Right, I'll teach you about young people, and you teach me how to fight. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not all that old. If I get the chance, I'll teach you some moves. Sandbag. This item is hung from the ceiling and used for martial arts training focused on strikes. Amateurs may break a finger on hard and heavy material if they punch it for fun. It's dangerous when it starts to swing around, so it's set up in a spacious area.
Hey, I'm grateful.
I wore out my old one and was looking for a new one. I'll keep working to be the shield that protects all of you. Alright, alright. I want to say that's probably... I am kind of curious. Does every quest stay here? Because before I was going around picking... It looks like they do. I'll just compound on top of each other. Okay. I don't think there was anything... there we go. Yeah, I think we're good to just hop right back in. How do you do, fellow kids? Yep. Okay, Kasane beat my ass. Let's find more medium jelly. And should be good to go. Oh, TV? Chaos in the community continues in the wake of the instability triggered by Karen Travers' revolt. The OSF and National Defense Forces swiftly dispatched the others that attacked Suo, but the residents are unable to hide their fear. The government has already called for an emergency meeting discussing measures to protect our citizens while also addressing the threat from Seiran.
I guess I should take a break.
Okay.
Yuito, wake up.
What is it, Hanabi?
TV. A tabloid show.
The Suo incident caused by Karen Travers is causing much confusion. The assassination of Chairman Sumeragi, ordered by Travers, brought great shock to New Himuka.
Dad.
We've drawn up an image of the witness account of the culprit, Kasane Randall, shown here.
Kasane?
What's going on?
That is awful.
That is
You can see
terrible.
the suspect's features so clearly.
Hey, are you all watching the news?
Yeah.
Wataru.
We're watching something, alright.
Kasane's family and the OSF refused to provide a picture. Crow's streaming data was also deleted, so all they could do was draw up a picture of her. Man, I feel a little bad for
I was gonna
Kasane.
say...
Oh, sorry, Yuito. I probably shouldn't say that.
No, it's okay. I'm feeling a little bad too.
Yuito, you smiled.
Holy shit.
Thank goodness.
What? Oh, right. I made everyone worry. I'm sorry.
Just let us worry. That's all we can do.
It looks like there are no after effects from the brain field. Thank goodness.
It was your voices that brought me back. It was like... I wasn't myself anymore. Brainfield really is powerful, but you can't use it when you're emotional. I wasn't thinking straight.
I knew it was a risky move, but I didn't imagine it would be this bad.
Powers are affected by emotions, so it's probably the same with brain fields. If you can control it, it will be a powerful tool.
So it's all in how you use it? That's a little scary.
Just be careful using it. Anyone can change staying in a place like that. Oh, yeah. Chief Sumeragi wants you to come to HQ.
My brother. Okay, I'll be right there. Wataru, about your sister.
Haruka? Don't worry about her. She's impulsive, unlike me. So she probably got concerned while looking after Kasane and the others, and ended up going along with them.
What? Your sister is involved with Kasane?
Oh, you didn't know? She's Kasane's operator.
That's just how things are, so don't sweat it. But thanks. Okay, hurry up and get going before you anger the chief.
Okay, let's go back to Suo.
God. Shitty wanted posters are really good, yeah. A changed world and creeping unease.
What happened?
Yeah, this again.
Yuito? What happened? Why did you stop?
What? Weren't we just talking at the hideout?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Huh? when did we get back to Suo?
Sorry to keep you waiting. We banned all interviews so crows would get off our backs.
Alright, but
so
where
it's
have you
okay
been?
now.
Huh? Lieutenant Colonel Luca?
Yuito, I asked you to just call me Luca. You're in command now.
What? Wait a second. You mean when I was provisional commander during the Suo incident?
No, you were just made commander by Major General Fubuki.
When was that?
Huh?
You're acting strange.
Wataru, is there anything strange about Yuito's cerebral data?
No, nothing in particular.
You don't remember meeting Major General Fubuki?
Like today? No.
We've been reassigned to OSF 1st Platoon. You're the leader and we're going out on patrol. I've got a bad feeling about this. You should get checked out at the OSF hospital ASAP.
What about the patrol?
If things are hairy, I'll call the higher-ups.
You're the leader. I can't force you to. But would you please go to the hospital?
Yeah, you'll get peace of mind if you do.
Right. You're right. Okay, I'll do that.
I'll tell Command about the patrol. As for getting to the hospital...
Oh, my uncle is the chief doctor, so I'll take him. Also, because my uncle runs the show, if I send him a message, you'll be looked at right away.
I think he was literally just blacking out entire chunks of time, right? The hospital.
No need to worry. It's likely the result of exhaustion. There seems to be an excess of psionic hormones leaking in your brain, causing temporary confusion. I'll give you a prescription to stop the leakage that you can fill at our pharmacy. Take it when symptoms appear.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds normal.
Private Sumeragi, the
Non-serious.
brave fighter who protected Suo from others in the Suo incident. In an unprecedented promotion, he was appointed to Commander of
Oh, so
First
this is what we
Platoon.
just blacked out doing.
What is this? I didn't do any of that.
It may not be exactly what you want, but deal with it for now. It's a request from Chief Kaito and the government. They want to raise you up as a hero who saved the country.
Wait, that's right. We did talk about that. I can't remember most of it, though.
Now, let's have a look at Second Lieutenant Yuito Sumeragi's March of Victory.
Don't bother with the news. The media always does whatever they want. So how was it? Figure anything out?
Yeah. They said it was exhaustion. I have to wait here for a bit for my prescription to be
Is my
ready.
brain's leaking?
Council Chairman Joe Sumeragi, slain at the hands of assassin Kasane Randall in the Suo incident. In light of such a dire event, our courageous Second Lieutenant, Yuito Sumeragi...
Hey, if we have time to kill, why not look around the hospital? I didn't get a chance to show you around before.
You're very kind, Hanabi.
Hey, at least it's far better than watching the Crow's propaganda.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hospital added to the world map. Let's see. Welcome back from your checkup. I'm glad the diagnosis wasn't serious, but make sure you take your medicine. Yeah, I will. You saved me, Hanabi. Thank you. I have to thank your uncle myself, too. Don't worry about that. I'll tell him. Just take it easy. I look forward to working with you, Commander Yuito. Actually, let us stop being so formal. You'll be more friendly with me as well, Yuito. Let us promise each other that. Where did you... I hope he talks about that at some point. Like, where the hell did he come from? Where was he the whole time?
Hold on. That woman looks like she's in trouble. Excuse me, is everything all right?
Oh, sorry. I'm a dud. I just can't see the hospital's vision.
A dud?
Forgive me. I'm inept, so I can't activate the system that responds to powers. Do you know where the neurology department is?
I can show you the way.
People without powers are called duds?
Man, you really were raised with a silver spoon in your mouth. It's because, well, how can I put it? They don't really have much mental ability.
That's a pretty harsh nickname.
It is, but people without powers tend to refer to themselves as duds rather than inept. They probably have an aversion to admitting they have less brain power.
Or bell peppers if you're Kasane.
Unable to use powers. That must be so inconvenient.
Yes, I'm sure it is. The town's vision and even Cynet were created with powers in mind.
Yes, I'm sure it
I know
is.
that only 0.1% of the population is inept. I really think the government should give more consideration to them.
Luca used to
Apparently at the OSF hospital, they're conducting research on ineptitude and how to cure it. Getting rid of the inept must be a goal for the government.
Duds. Why does that remind me of something?
Well, yeah, I guess Yuito doesn't know it used to be one, which is interesting.
Huh. What's wrong, Hanabi? What's with that face?
Well, when I brought that woman to the neurology center, I heard a nurse talking about some bus for urgent patients. Why would they put urgent patients on a bus?
A bus?
I must have heard wrong. I'm sorry.
A bus is here, underground.
Underground? Why would a bus be underneath the hospital? They should make it come to the main entrance. The underground road is a special passage to leave the city.
There's no data on the OSF hospital, which means we have no idea what's going on inside. It wouldn't surprise me if they used an underground road to bring in emergency patients.
Urgent patients? The Ichijo OSF hospital's old building is outside of Suo.
You mean Lokusho City? I heard it was badly attacked by others 10 years ago, that not even ruins are left.
That's right. Did you used to live in Lokusho City?
No, I was born and raised in Suo, because my father was disinherited from the Ichijo's main branch. I only went to Lokusho City every once in a while. But the hospital you were in was the old OSF hospital in Lokusho, right? I even went there to visit you.
Right. When Lokusho was attacked, my mother was killed.
Nagi is on the bus?
What? Nagi?
Yeah, he was filed under missing persons. I might have been mistaken.
Sorry, I can't track him. I'm not allowed access inside the hospital.
All right. Tsugumi, tell us where the bus with Nagi was headed.
I've sent the coordinate data. It's in the direction of the old OSF hospital, in the Lokusho City ruins.
Let's all go. If Nagi is alive, I want to see him and talk to him.
Yeah, we need to make sure that really was Nagi.
Okay, so this is a completely new area that even Kasane didn't get access to. I'm sorry, it's my fault you remembered what happened to her, about what happened in Lokusho City. You don't need to apologize, you just answered when you were asked. It doesn't bother me, so it's fine. After that last bit, learning he just actually loses over big chunks of time like that. Yeah, it could be, maybe he doesn't find out. I'm trying to remember whenever he told us from Kasane's side, because he might not himself learn until the whole brain dump earring situation.
So this is the old OSF hospital. I was very young when I stayed here, so I don't remember much about it.
There was nothing left of Lokusho. Aren't others only after human brains? Would they destroy the buildings?
Good point. If this building is still being used, maybe they cleaned it up on purpose.
Huh. It sounds like you have some information we aren't aware of.
Right, sorry. I do in fact believe that it's still currently being used. That's why I think it's likely that Nagi was brought here.
Why do you think such an old facility is still being used?
Well, once you get to be in the OSF leadership, you start to learn all sorts of information. I heard that the old hospital was being used for some type of operation several times.
Is he hiding something?
Tsugumi, the bus with Nagi went beneath this facility, right?
Yes, but be careful. There are a lot of areas I can't see through inside. This place is dangerous.
I can't read this place's data either. I won't be able to give you much support. Be careful.
Okay, everyone. Stay on your toes.
Okay.
Nagi, there's so much I want to ask you.
What is this lamp? A nice Baki. Okay, no.
Let's go.
Now that Luca is with us. Pop it there. We went there only slightly when we brought her mother back. Oh, like back in time? So like it was definitely not in this shape, I guess. I think
the resource rating is close. Should we get it?
It looks maybe familiar. Because there's the courtyard here, right? Yeah, okay.
Come on.
Oh, barista Santas.
Break the outer shell if you keep attacking.
Fuck off!
This is bad.
Go easy.
I'm wet, so I couldn't, like, run away.
Shelf reach confirmed.
I hate these things so much.
Here you go. That must be its weak spot.
Let's keep this up.
Brilliant.
Here we go.
Okay. Yuito parallel to other research facility. I'm pretty sure they still go to other research facility though. They show up there, so.
Man, this hospital. I'm more afraid of ghosts showing up than others.
Do you believe in ghosts? Have you ever seen one?
No, I haven't. But if they do exist, they'd be here.
Oh, if I see a ghost, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Tsugumi. If anyone will see one, it's you. Oh, Jesus. I was like, speaking of ghost, what the fuck? I don't like that. Oh my god, the layout of this, holy shit. Okay. Teleportation. What else is, let's see, so like it goes through, teleports you next to the enemy when you use weapon attacks. Okay.
Leave it to me. Here we go.
The enemy dropped something.
All right. You got the hang of this.
Let's keep this up.
Good.
I like that. I'm over here. Oh, it can be on the other side of the room, and instead of like dashing over or whatever, I can just pop on teleportation.
Now, Luca! We did it!
Hell yeah. Oh, base. Oh, hello. Defensive foes. Teleportation. Some foes take on a defensive stance when approached. They can't be damaged in this protective position, but you can use teleportation to rush in and attack where they have a chance to put up their guard. Oh, okay. Because let's say, I used velocity and invisibility to take these out. How do I take them out here? Pressing.
Yuito, my power may be helpful. It sprayed something like oil. You can do it. Don't get it on you.
Let's go.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Here I go. All right.
That was impressive.
Cheeky. I like it. Where did I come from? Okay.
We can't go further. Do we look for a different route then? That or break our way through here?
I don't think we need to resort to that. We should be able to get by using my power.
That startled me.
About my threshold. We're getting there. We are definitely approaching that, yeah. Fuck. So, aha. Communication prohibited, but this message is necessary. I know this is sudden, but I've quit the OSF. It was the Suo incident. It changed my fate. I hurt my back and all the commotion. I can stand just fine, so you don't have to worry. Now I'm more than an average citizen with no relation to the OSF. Or now I'm nothing more than an average citizen. But the archivist in me asks, should I stop archiving now? Leaving a job unfinished is not something archivists do. So I made a decision. As a mere civilian archivist, I will continue to follow you and watch the archives. Meaning, I will continue archiving. End of message. I'll say this. I'm not doing this as a hobby. Definitely not as a hobby. Thanks, bud.
According to the records, the big attack on Locusho was 11 years ago. That was when the old OSF hospital was abandoned and the new facility moved to Suo. Yes, along with all of the patients and equipment. If we trust the government announcement.
Right in the middle.
Okay, that was I was hoping I would hit more than just that guy with that. Like it would maybe cross.
We did it.
Keep it up.
This is pretty rare.
Did not.
Come on.
Yeah! I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Another one.
That must be its weak spot.
Now, Luca.
You might be better at using teleportation than I am.
Keep this up.
If so, it's thanks to you, Luca.
I need your eyes.
Okay, like, did I hear something behind me? No. So, okay, we can just walk over there or warp in here.
Leave it to me.
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Okay, nothing we can actually pick up.
You got the hang of this.
Now, Luca.
What? Go. Go. Like, go through.
What? Nagi is gone.
What's up, Tsugumi?
I'm sorry. It looked like Nagi was here.
Let's keep looking.
Okay, so map-wise... Oh, 200. So gracious.
Leave it to me!
500.
Now, Luca!
What's gonna spawn here? Surely something. Yeah, there we go.
Let's go. We did it!
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
Oh.
Leave it to me!
You might be better at using teleportation than I am.
If so, it's thanks
Now die! It's over!
to you, Luca.
Hey, I need to focus.
I think I actually prefer fighting him with teleportation over invisibility or velocity. That's nice. Again, huh? Let's see, where are we heading? Okay.
This doesn't make sense. Why would there be others inside?
The biggest reason others are here is for food. They want our brains.
It doesn't look like there are many humans for them to feast on.
Have you heard anything about this place from your uncle?
No, not really. And I only really see him at New Year's, so...
There he is! Nagi!
Nagi! Nagi, wait! You're safe!
Yuito.
We were worried about you. Your name was on the missing persons list. Plus, I wanted to ask you about what happened.
I'm sorry.
Nagi, what made you do that to us?
How should I know?
Huh?
It feels like my brain just suddenly froze, and my head is all messed up. It won't stop spinning.
How could that be?
Leave! You can't stay here!
What? What's gotten into...
If you stay here, you'll be rehabilitated just like me! So that's what's going on.
The rumors were true.
Rehabilitation? Nagi? What's that? An alarm? More others!
They must have been watching us. I'll take care of this. Get out of here!
No, I'll fight too!
I said no! There's no telling when I might snap and try to kill you guys again. Just like with Captain Seto. I can't let that happen. I'm begging you, get out of here!
Then at least come with us.
I can't. I just told you I could snap and turn on you any second. I'll find my own way out. You guys, go on ahead. They're gonna rehabilitate you if they catch you. Or worse, they'll skip that and turn you into an other.
What are you talking about? But that's...
Yuito, I'm sorry.
Luca, why?
You were panicking. It was best to do what Nagi said and leave the hospital immediately.
But don't you care that they might be turning people into others?
Hey,
we can talk
you also
later.
didn't
we
grab
need to regroup.
the other two? It's like, you gonna go do that now?
This is
Okay,
the only
yeah.
place I could
Or the
secure
other
as a
three,
safe
rather.
teleporting zone. We have no choice but to go on foot from here. They must already realize that we know too much. It would be best for us to run. I know this isn't what you want, Yuito. Normally, we would be following your orders since you're the leader. But this place is far more dangerous than we imagined. Please allow me to do what I can to prioritize our escape.
Okay.
So where the hell am I now? Oh, floor 3. So that... Is this completely separated from the rest of the hospital? Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. We went from here, and then Nagi was in this hallway, and we just kind of ran up. Can I go backwards? Can I run back down? Will they let me do that? I just tried to move the mouse, or move the map with my mouse. Like, why is it not working?
Everyone, let's keep an eye out for others while we move.
Yeah, it won't let me.
It's too dangerous to go back. It may be cruel, but we should prioritize our escape.
Now, Luca!
Let's see. We're on the corner. Drives off sensible people. Yeah.
You can do it!
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
Taste this!
Use fire when it's covered in oil.
You got the hang of
It
this.
sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you.
The oil is making me sluggish.
What?
Oh, glad I missed all of that.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Okay, it's like teleportation's just about to wear off, please.
I can hit it! There!
That was impressive.
There! Let's go! Yep!
Cool, thanks for that. Oh my god, there's so many.
Let's keep this up. All in. Let's go!
Discharge.
All right.
I tried to make a spooky Baki. I can see it.
Nagi.
Oh, wait.
Yuito,
Ah, okay.
we have to get out of here.
I know. Luca was right. But I just wonder if Nagi's okay.
Here we go.
Yuito,
Medium jelly.
You can do it!
The money.
Leave it to me.
The fuck was that? Brain field gear.
Using brain drive.
Oh.
It's gone, but I think
Oh,
it's
one of
still
these,
nearby.
huh?
Yuito, use SAS to find where it is.
Let's focus.
Not over yet. Right in the middle. Let's do this, Hanabi.
nice fire. You got this.
That must be its weak spot.
Now, Luca.
If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Let's go. Yeah.
We'll do this together. This is bad.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
There we go.
Let's keep this up.
Get him, Yuito.
Well, that's a finisher, all right. Flies through its legs, wrap its tail around its light bulb, and squeeze until it pops. Sure. Now I kind of regret turning off the finisher so early with Kasane. But again, all fights were so much slower since, you know, we weren't level 60 with Kasane. So it was just adding so much more time.
Do you hear something? Do you think it's others?
Damn it. Others are everywhere. We'll never make it to the exit.
Can you make it out of the hospital by yourself, Luca?
No. Teleporting is too dangerous in areas where there are this many others.
Calm down. If Wataru doesn't have the data either, I have to rely on my own memories for the route to the exit. My memories. Can I even trust my own memories?
At this point, no.
Huh?
Hey, how you doing, Dorian?
Watch out!
Above you!
Yuito! Here goes!
I was busy looking farther out. Sorry.
I wasn't paying attention either. Sorry. And thanks.
Sure thing. More importantly,
Others are coming this way.
Let's take them on.
Here we go!
Gunkin Fisher.
Let's go!
We got this!
The oil is making me sluggish.
Getting attacked with oil is really gross. Can't you do something about it?
The liquid on this other's back seems to be oil. And the smell is unique.
Unique, huh?
I need to focus.
Can you move?
Here we go!
There are 4 gimmicks in this room. I don't really know what they are or where they are. Ah, it's this. Okay. Do you have fish? Yeah. So we didn't fight this until the very end of the game with Kasane. Now this is mid-game.
Now, Yuito, drop the tarp.
Put oil instead of water.
Come on, fall!
Good job, Yuito.
Use my fire! Nice fire! You got this!
Ooh, that's a big blade.
Who is such a strong other? Here, everything about this place is strange.
Yes, along with what happened with Nagi, this isn't simply an abandoned hospital.
Now, Yuito, drop the tarp.
Watch out!
Good job, Yuito.
fine. Keep it up!
That was close.
Oh, popped him in mid-air.
We managed to take it down. Is everyone okay?
Others are gathering.
Damn it! Why are there so many others? Wataru, Tsugumi, are there any safe spots nearby?
As I've said before, there's absolutely no data on this old building. Sorry.
There are others everywhere. What?
What is this?
Oh, Fubuki's here.
There you are.
Major General Fubuki.
Ah.
Everyone, come with me. We'll lose those others by following the underground highway through the ruins of Lokusho City.
See, what did you do, Evie? I got my ice cream. The free
where are
drama ice cream.
Is this a safe zone?
Safe zone? What is that?
A blind spot in New Himuka's
Incredible.
surveillance system. We call it the safe zone. We'll be able to talk here freely. We could talk outside of the city, but we don't want to be seen by any patrolling OSF members.
I never knew about this.
If you want to talk here, that must mean it's something you don't want the government to know.
I suppose it does. Had I known sooner that you were going to OSF Hospital, I might have been able to scheme better.
You must have known what kind of place the OSF hospital was.
Yes. Seems like you didn't hear anything about it. They conduct power research at that hospital, funded by the New Himuka government. They draw out stronger powers by tuning the human cerebrum.
I had no idea they were doing such things at my uncle's hospital.
Oh, right. That hospital belongs to the Ichijo family. Listen, what I'm about to say may be hard for you to hear.
Huh?
As a result of the cerebral research conducted there, a number of byproducts were created.
Personality rehabilitation.
Yes. They tune the brains of people who are problematic for the government, pacifying them by brainwashing. The government found out that Nagi witnessed Naomi being metamorphosed, so that's why he ended up that way.
Oh.
What? But Gemma, Kasane, and I saw the same thing.
You were all protected under the pretense that I would be monitoring you, but Nagi was captured by the government before I could help him. I'm sorry. If only I'd been able to get a hold on the information sooner.
What do you mean Naomi was metamorphosed? I thought she was killed in action.
Oh, yeah. Surprise.
I see. Naomi wasn't killed in action. She turned into another.
Are you really saying that she turned into an other? Nagi said something similar, but is that even possible?
That's a byproduct of New Himuka's research as well. A special material is able to turn organisms into others. Any organism with a brain can be turned into an other.
Wait. Then does that mean it was the government that turned Naomi into an other?
Yeah.
Yes. I'd love to sit here and tell you everything, but staying in the city is dangerous. Most likely, the government has already given the order to hand you over to them. I want you all to go out on patrol. I'll do what I can to take care of everything while you're out.
Hold on. How is it that you haven't been subjected to rehabilitation despite knowing all of this?
It seems like Luca knew too.
Right. That's why Luca wanted to prioritize escaping rather than talk to Nagi.
It's simple. I'm one of the government's dogs. Luca should have heard some of this from Karin. If you're curious, ask him.
Yes. We should go out on patrol. I'll tell you what my brother told me along the way. Yuito, can you please direct us where to go?
All right. Let's head to Kikuchiba.
You know who we haven't seen at all yet? Which is interesting. We might have, without knowing. I was thinking about that the whole time, because, like, then why hasn't he... I don't remember their name. These two. We definitely had seen them, I think, twice. I guess Kodama, we didn't know there were two at that time. We definitely, like, by this point in Kasane's route, we definitely saw two. Lost hurt, I would imagine. He was outside and one decided to retaliate. This is why you don't go outside. Oh, Kikuchiba. I was like, where are we on? Mid-level? So why are we going to Kikuchiba? Because I know what we're about to do, but what was our reasoning for wanting to go here, of all places? Come on, please. It's eating my up input. The menus say why? Like, the story, as far as I will just say why we started the phase. Oh, okay. We just need to patrol. It doesn't really matter where. We just need to patrol somewhere. Because the government knows we know. And Fubuki is trying to do things. But we need to be away. Just gonna make ourselves look busy, yeah.
This place is too exposed. We should go somewhere more private. You're on patrol, so make sure you take out those others. Yuito, my power may be helpful.
Here we go! All right. We did it.
Oh, Lord. Squash racket. That's a gift. Okay. Batter up.
One more. Let's keep this up.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
All right.
Maybe Sugumi's clairvoyance.
No way.
It's split.
Oh, Doppelpool.
Take down the real one and the dummy will disappear. Yuito, figure it out.
We did it. Come on. Let's keep this up.
Here we go.
Hey. Now. All right.
Yuito.
Whoa.
I think there's something over there.
No, I was gonna turn around real quick, but it's fight time.
This area should be safe enough to talk.
Is it true that the new Himuka government was transforming people into others?
Yes, it was a
we
long
haven't
time ago. But
outfitted
Fubuki's fiancée,
Fuka
Alice Ichijo, was also metamorphosed. My brother and Fubuki began investigating the cause of Alice's metamorphosis. The case led them to find out about new Himuka's personality rehabilitation, metamorphosis technology, and the surveillance systems of each city.
Excuse me, do you mean my Aunt Alice?
That's right. She was your aunt. Have you heard anything?
No. I was told she joined OSF and planned to leave when she turned 20, but she was killed in the line of duty. That's why my family was in such strong opposition to me being scouted. But since we're legally unable to refuse...
Hey, I found the file on Alice Ichijo in the database.
She looks exactly like Hanabi.
Alice was the daughter of OSF Hospital's previous chairman. That's why she was engaged to Spring Pharmaceuticals' Major General Fubuki.
I think that's true. It's the first I've heard this, but it seems plausible.
If this was a plan led by the new Himuka government, does that mean my father knew about it?
Oh.
I think he did. Moreover, it might be better to assume that he was at the center of it all. The Sumeragi family has a long history in politics, after all.
Then does my brother know about it too? Am I the only one who was kept in the dark?
Yuito, Kasane is coming. 8 o'clock.
Car.
Kasane? Just hold on! We can talk this over!
No point. You'll be dead.
Oh, I also just realized. Do that. Yeah, Lucas gotta put on his battle armor, though. You know what? I think well, let's upgrade it, especially since we're about to fight Arashi. A dose. And then get your hammer. Okay.
Why are you trying to kill me? At least tell me the reason.
I told you I don't want to talk.
Oh, is Kagero and Arashi? Oh, that's so annoying to take down because they just zip around.
I'll do everything to stop you.
I just wanted to stay out of this. Fine. Will you please calm down, Sugumi?
By any means.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Kasane is out for blood. She may kill us if we don't give it our all.
I don't have a choice.
I didn't trust Seto and that got him killed. I won't make the same mistake twice. I'm going to stop Kasane.
Burns.
Alright, Kagero's on fire.
Yuito, we should defeat them one by one. Let's nullify the other two, and then Kasane.
Let's go. Won't go easy.
No!
Damn it.
Sorry.
Back off!
Come on.
Arashi, piss off.
No! Back off!
Hit her with a vending machine.
Not yet.
Wait, we
Come on.
We got this.
It is nothing.
Hey! No!
You're mine!
Bad.
All right.
You won't get away.
Where's Kasane?
What happened?
There, give up. More power.
Come on.
My fault.
I can still fight.
It is nothing.
I need your eyes. Now. Let's go. Let's
Back
go.
off!
Don't hold back.
No! Brain dry!
All right. Batter up. Let's go.
This should. Yuito!
Oh shit. Enemy brain fields. Enemies, you can't use psychokinesis attacks. That's fine. I have Gamma.
Leave it to me, Gemma! Brain field. Careful, everyone.
I have to do it!
Winning in your brain field.
Answer me, Kasane!
No, I can't lose now.
Nice. Oh, hey, Sheeden. I think he's here too.
Kasane, tell me. Why did you kill my father and join Seiran? Is it because my father was involved in metamorphosis research? Because New Himuka turned Naomi into an other?
So you found out about it too?
Yeah,
yes,
like 5 minutes
that's
ago.
exactly right.
Hey, Kodama's coming.
What?
Oh god.
What is she
Speaking
doing
of.
here?
Master Yuito, Kodama is here.
Huh? Wait, Kasane!
Run away!
Oh, that traitor Kasane is here too? That's fine. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Yuito. I'm Kodama Malone.
Alone, okay.
I believe this is our first time meeting as well. Oh, you're right. But I'm only loyal to Master Yuito. What? Oh, Master Yuito, I have a message from Master Fubuki. He's taking care of everything, so you can come back now.
So, are you on our side, Kodama?
Of course! I am always on your side, Master Yuito. Officially, my position may be the leader of Kodama Platoon and Major General Fubuki's aide, but my heart will always belong to you, Master Yuito.
You could have just contacted us instead of coming all the way out here, Kodama.
Maybe no one trusts you, Wataru. I mean, your sister went to Seiran after all.
Shut up. Don't group me in with Haruka.
And it wasn't just to deliver a message. I had to give this to you, too.
What is it?
Your medicine that was discarded at the OSF hospital.
Oh.
Is that okay? I don't mean to offend my uncle, but isn't it dangerous to take meds from the OSF hospital? Hanabi, and this goes for the rest of you as well, but it's in your best interests not to talk about or criticize the hospital in Suo. I'm sure you know why.
Because the government is monitoring everyone.
Exactly. Well, I'll be going back now. See you later, Master Yuito.
Huh? This ampule.
It's the same as the one I found in the abandoned underground subway.
Why don't we stop by the hideout before returning to Suo to go over everything we learned? We won't have to worry about anyone listening there.
And don't worry, recording conversation data through my control system isn't allowed. Now that I think about it, Major General Fubuki probably prohibited recording in order to protect the OSF after he learned the truth about the government.
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting. He was prescribed. We got our box.
So much has happened. It feels like my brain is fried.
Let's go over our situation first. Research on powers is being conducted at the old Ichijo OSF hospital building. It's likely they progressed in the research of the brain, gained the ability to turn people into others, and perform personality rehabilitation.
Yes.
You can't blame yourself. You didn't know about any of this.
Yes, you are so kind to everyone. So, I think you should be kind to yourself too.
Thank you.
Moving on. The government is well aware that we've come to know this information. Major General Fubuki is trying to put out the fires, but it would be best to consider the possibility that we will become fugitives from the government.
Anyone on the run from the government won't survive. Wait, there's Seiran.
Yes. Worst case scenario, we should consider fleeing to Seiran. And Yuito, how has your memory been?
I haven't had any missing gaps in my memory recently. I think.
If anything strange happens, please let us know. Although, concerning that medication you were prescribed.
It was prescribed by the OSF hospital. It kinda scares me.
Yes, I'm concerned as well.
Right. I think it would probably be best to avoid taking it. Unless your condition significantly worsens.
You're right. I'll do that. Hey, do you think it would be a good idea to ask my brother about this?
Oh yeah, Chief Sumeragi is your older brother.
I would advise against it. The chief is with the government, after all. Of course, he is also your family, but any unnecessary contact would be dangerous right now. I wouldn't want to hinder Major General Fubuki in any way.
Yes, you're right. Kaito, were you aware of New Himuka's power experiments? Did Dad and Kaito do that to Nagi? Damn it! The only one that was left in the dark was me. Only me.
Shiden, okay. Team bond level, yep.
I'm sorry, Yuito. You're the commander. I shouldn't have interfered.
No, you're always so level-headed and helpful. Don't be afraid to tell me what you think.
Understood. Oh, was that in order?
Yeah.
Let's see, oh, we get blocked. I won't be contacting you anymore after this. It's the best thing for both of us. That's crazy. Please just tell me what's going on. Did you really want to kill my father? Why are you trying to kill me too? I don't want to be your enemy without knowing why. If there's something that you just can't tell me, then let me know. I might be able to help somehow. Please, Kasane. This just isn't right. I have nothing to say to you. You've been blocked by Kasane Randall. You can no longer request message or voice communication.
Damn. Kasane. What is she even thinking? Ever since I met her, she's been hard to figure out. It's also weird that she looks like the person who saved me when I was young. Even talking to her face to face, it kind of feels like we're not on the same page. But she doesn't seem like she'd kill someone for no reason. I can't be sure, but I feel like she wouldn't. If she doesn't want to tell me anything, then I just have to figure out the truth on my own.
Interesting that from this point of view, like if you do Yuito's first, the
country's turning people into others. And my father and brother are in on it too? I don't know who they really are. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't know anything.
The Kasane time travel thing is not nearly as much of like a twist.
Nagi and Naomi were hurt by the government, and Karin wants to take it down. What's wrong, Gemma? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about what I can do, or what I should do.
Because he brings it up every other episode. The patriotic hero, Second Lieutenant Yuito Sumeragi, displayed his talents by failing a major other on his very first mission. The second lieutenant originally enlisted as a volunteer soldier, but his incredible contribution rivaled those of scouted members, likely evidence of his hard work and dedication.
Didn't I have something to talk to Gemma about?
Let's see here. Presents. So we already have a squash. Oh. Literally all of them want a squash racket. Okay. Which I believe was a gift we got from Luca on Kasane's side. Luca is now like, okay, this is a mandatory platoon tennis time. A rare antique lamp. Bundle of old books. Famous select alcohol set. Hero figures. Oh. So he doesn't only like model cars. Oh, I apparently already had one. Well, I made another one. Was there anything else that we... Oh, okay. Oksane had her reasons, but that doesn't make it okay that she hurt you, Yuito. The racket was built to use a vision ball to play squash in a small room. It's one of the sports brand, Bulvi? Hits product. Hanabi likes exercising and enjoys squash, so she regularly recommends it to people. Tennis with a virtual ball. Huh.
Wow, I'm so happy.
Sports really are fun. Hey, Yuito, why don't we have a game sometime? No, just making a mess again. Oh. All right. The rare antique lamp. This precious antique was used a long time ago. Due to its owner's care through the years, the metal parts haven't lost their shine. When lit, it glows with a faint pink light. It's very romantic. They can play inside and only break things 50% of the time. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is an antique. Really, this is such a nice present, Yuito. I bet it was taken good care of for a long time. I'll treasure it. A nice little Sugumi glass lamp. Okay, they both have bond events. We should be cautious of the OSF hospital as well as the government. They can't be trusted. We'll give you a squash racket first.
Okay.
I won't give up if I start. Exactly, the if is like, no promises that I will ever use this. And bundle of old books. These old paper books are priceless because most have already been digitized. This bundle contains picture books of flora. You might find a precious tome that hasn't been digitized yet.
Okay.
It's old and the color is fading, but the drawings are pretty. Okay, it's a nice stack of them over there. Let's talk to Gemma. Did Kasane really kill Chairman Sumeragi? Could that calm and composed Kasane really commit murder to settle a personal grudge? Yeah, why not?
Gemma, want to go into town with me if you're free?
Is something going on?
We talked about checking out trends, remember? I looked up a lot of interesting places.
Oh, that. Okay, I did promise you after all.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find something you like.
I hope so.
Are you all right?
Give me a little time to gather my thoughts. That was a lot to take in.
I dragged him all over the place to show him the latest trends, but maybe I went a little overboard. Let's see. We've checked out all the new trendy spots. Was there one that caught your interest?
What was that last one? I got mobbed by a herd of giant cats inside a room.
Ah, the VR Cat Cafe.
VR
That was
Cat
pretty
Cafe?
crazy. It's apparently very popular with girls for their soothing effects.
That was supposed to be soothing? Do youngsters these days find being buried in giant cats soothing?
Yes.
It was more like a nightmare. And before that one, we were trapped inside a tiny room and forced to do confusing puzzles.
Right, the escape room. I thought that was pretty fun solving the riddles with vision.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, at least.
Which means you didn't. Sorry, I should have researched better.
No, I'm sorry to be complaining so much. It's not your fault. I just don't know how to enjoy them. I had no idea that amusement had changed so much. This is much different from the era I'm familiar with. To be honest, I can't keep up.
I see. I'm sorry. Maybe we can grab something to eat to salvage the day.
VR Cat Cafe, maybe. Sure,
All
maybe
right,
that's
but
overwhelming.
what to eat?
But an escape
I don't really
room?
eat here
Come
that
on.
often.
They have a lot of different kinds of dishes here. What do you usually like to eat?
I'm not really very particular about my food. I guess I like gyoza if I had to choose.
Gyoza is really good.
Oh, they have some interesting looking gyoza here. A new and popular dish the chef recommends.
That's so. I don't really have a good feeling about it, but we came here to check out
Yeah, I was
what's
gonna say, what do you
trending
mean by
among the young people,
interesting?
after all.
You don't need to force yourself.
It's okay. I've made up my mind. Let's do what we came here to do.
Thank you for waiting. Here's our restaurant's special variety gyoza platter. Please use any combination of these 10 sauces. Enjoy!
What is this? Green, yellow, red, black? Are these supposed to be gyoza?
Seems like these are the restaurant's original gyoza. Apparently, they all have different fillings.
Their shapes are just as strange as their colors. I see a round one, a square one, and this one has spikes. Is this what gyozas have come to in this day and age? I can't believe how much the food I once knew has changed.
I'm like, wait, what did they do to the gyoza? No.
Oh, they look weird, but they actually taste really good. Why don't you try one?
Eat this? I'm not thrilled about it, but I can't stand here and waste food. All right. You're right. This doesn't taste bad. It's not what I'm familiar with, but it's interesting.
I'm glad you like it. Yeah, they look weird, but you can't know until you eat them.
Maybe I was too wary because they seem strange. They're pretty delicious.
If you can appreciate these, that means you learned how to enjoy one of the latest food trends.
Just because these gyozas happen to taste good doesn't mean I've learned to adapt to this age.
I think your ability to appreciate them is important. That you were able to get past the way they look.
You may have a point. At the end of the day, people still enjoy the same types of things. Even if those things may have changed.
Yeah, exactly. I may have failed choosing good spots for you today, but I had fun checking them out together.
I wasn't able to enjoy the newest trends, but I did have fun walking around the city. I felt behind the times every time I experienced something new. Time may pass, but our true nature remains constant. Just that our perspectives may have changed. That hit the spot. Thank you for the meal.
You're finished eating already? You must have really liked those.
This might be my new favorite food. I guess trying new things isn't so bad.
Well, let's do this again sometime.
That's fine with me, but please, no more of that cat cafe. I don't dislike cats, but it's unsettling when they're that large.
Sorry about that. Okay, we won't go there again. It seems part of it was a little too much for him, but I'm glad he ended up enjoying himself overall.
You had gyoza last night, Friday, at risk getting oil popped on you, but it was so tasty, the pain
I'm stating
was
the
worth
obvious,
it.
but you're young.
Well, I'm younger than you.
I know I was young once too. I just can't really remember it. You should cherish this time while you have it.
Level 2. Recovery speed of sclerokinesis, and we have his, vision.
I think I'm beginning to learn who you are as a person.
I feel like I've learned about you, too.
About that cat cafe thing. Yuito, I take back what I said. I want to go back to that VR cat cafe again. The way they so openly played with my left arm wasn't too bad. What? What? I thought that traumatized you. Of course you can, but what about your left arm? The sclerokinesis is progressing on my left arm. It doesn't impede my movement, but I normally hide it. It's unsettling and it's dangerous if it hits anything. So even though it was digital, I couldn't believe the day would come that I could touch a living thing with this arm. See, I understand. It's the healing effect. Wait, sclerokinesis is like a bad thing? It's like affecting his body? What? A living thing with this arm. Huh. But like, what effect? Because like, it seems like it's just a shield, but I guess there's something about it that touching things is strange. Okay. Oh, what is this? The term Suo incident really spread all over the world. Karen's rebellion, the assassination of the chairman by Kasane. I guess that's the crows for you. Yeah, seriously, they seem much more informed than we are. I wonder if they even have one piece of confirmed information. It's strange, though. Even killing Chairman Sumeragi won't change the nation's system. Karen should understand that. Yes, my brother likely planned everything very carefully. The fact that it's being reported on... should not speculate. That's right, they're showing that likeness of Kasane. The media tells nothing but lies. You can't trust people who act like they know everything even though they don't. Megumi is right. We can't let the news confuse us. Alright, Kagero, let's go see him before we go out with Luca. Hey, stop by Musubi's. We're not allies now, but I want to talk about Tsugumi. Don't ignore this, it's important. About Tsugumi, I don't see what it's about, but... I don't see what it's about, but I feel like I should hear it. Okay, I'll see you at Musubi's. Oh, we're not exactly allies right now, but let's not worry about that when we talk. There are things I wonder about, but if we do that, we won't be able to talk at all, so I won't bring it up.
Oh, there you are. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. I hate killing time by myself.
So you said you wanted to talk about Tsugumi. Did something happen with her?
Oh, nothing like that. I'm just a bit concerned. I mean, that girl is kind of difficult for most people.
What do you mean, difficult?
She doesn't talk a lot, unlike me, and it takes her time to warm up to other people.
Yeah, she is pretty quiet.
I've known Tsugumi for quite a long time, and we get along just fine. I just worry whether she's getting along with everyone else. And now she's away from me in a new team. So I'm losing sleep worrying that she might be getting left out.
We wouldn't do that. I'm sure she's getting along fine with everyone.
Oh, well, if Mr. Straight as an Arrow Yuito says it, I guess I can trust you.
I kind of get the sense that he's making fun of me.
Only
She's not like me. She's a good girl. So you take care of her. I'm counting on you, seriously.
Don't worry. You can count on me. Oh, that was kind of unexpected. I never saw him as the type to worry about other people. Sure, he's a joker, but he's actually pretty kind. That being said, I should probably ask him about it. Yeah, I think that might be best. Hey, Kagero, I have something I want to ask you. Is that okay? It's about my father, actually.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Well, you see, the world thinks Kasane killed him, and
what a conversation to have with
Kasane
Kasane,
holding a knife. But I still can't get myself to come to terms with it. Do you know what actually happened?
Sorry, but I can't say anything. Maybe I will someday, but not now.
Please, he was my father.
Well then, let's say Kasane did do it. I'm sure she would have had a good, valid reason for doing so.
Fine, but I want to know that reason.
And then what? What are you gonna do? It's not something you can forgive just because you know why.
Well, yeah, but...
Let's just forget all that for now. Why don't we talk about something nicer?
Something nicer? He's just trying to change the subject. But I know he knows something.
Anyway, let me be straight. Are there any girls in the OSF you like? Anyone that you've had your eye on?
What? Where did that come from?
Don't be shy. Tell old Kagero how you really feel. Your childhood friend Hanabi, or the cool Kasane? Are you all about a cute face? Or could it be the magnanimous Kyoka?
Huh? No, I mean, I never... I guess I never really thought about it.
Okay, hold up. So you're serious? You're not just being shy? Life can be really boring without a little desire, kid.
What about you? You did seem pretty interested in Tsugumi.
Don't be an idiot. I don't think of Tsugumi like that. She and I are best friends. We understand each other. What we have is a connection of the souls. It's deeper than just a man and a woman.
So you're almost like family. I understand that kind of thing better than talking about what my type is.
You really are lame and boring. If you don't loosen up, you might just end up suffocating yourself.
Well, I've never really had any problems before.
All right, I got it. Sir Kagero will teach you how to have some real fun.
No, I'm fine.
I am a very strict teacher. It's probably best you bring an energy drink next time we meet. See ya!
But I said I didn't want to. And right when I was beginning to think he might take things seriously, turns out he really is just a joker.
I was like, yeah, there's been quite a few times they've tried to ship Yuito with Kasane on this route. Which is just made uncomfortable by the fact that they're siblings, which you learn later, but, you know, with that hindsight knowledge, it's like, let's not, you know? Like, we could do anything else. Oh yeah, Luca. It's like, who was the other person? Oh wait, don't I have another gift for Gemma? Yeah, famous alcohol set. This collection of wildly popular alcohol brands is displayed in the Booze Festival 2020, a product showcase for brewers. There are many types such as sake and whiskey. It contains some alcohol that gets better with age, so they should be consumed right away.
Hey, I'm grateful.
Oh, I hear it tastes better with the longer it ages. Then I'll save it until I can drink with you. Interesting. So I wonder, okay, so we're volunteer. We're definitely, I guess, we're not 20 yet. But I also wonder if they have it like, what are drinking rules in the OSF? Is it mind or body that matters to be of drinking age? Like, can Luca go to town? Take him to the bars? Or no? Give him a squash racket.
Are you sure?
That's the spot Hanabi, or that's the sport Hanabi said she liked. I suppose it's good to try new things. Alright, there you are, Luca. Tell me as soon as you experience any symptoms such as memory loss or feel any abnormalities with your physical condition.
Luca, can I ask you something?
Yes, I will answer if I can. Oh, is it about my brother?
You mean former Major General Karin? No, not that. I wanted to ask you about yourself. We're fighting together now, so I wanted to know more about you.
About me?
Did I say something wrong?
No, I was merely surprised. People mostly ask about my brother. so I don't usually talk about myself.
Your brother is Karin, after all.
Yes, for better or worse. Most people notice him. I am frequently in his shadow. So I tend to assume people want to talk about him. I apologize.
Don't worry about it. I kind of understand how you feel. My older brother isn't like former Major General Karin, but he's known for always being an elite. And I'm me, so people are always comparing us.
Chief Kaito. True. He must be very capable to become chief of the OSF at such a young age.
It's hard having a brother that's good at everything. It makes it seem like you're bad at everything. I guess it's not like that for you. I mean, you're a Septentrion. The fact that you're just as good, if not better than your brother, is known among both the military and civilians.
Regardless of what the military or civilians think of me, I'm no match for my brother. In a lot of ways.
Huh?
So, you wanted to know about me. What exactly did you have in mind?
Yeah, right. What are your hobbies?
Getting swole.
This is like an old-fashioned arranged marriage. Well, my hobby is exercising. Despite my looks, I enjoy honing my body. I created my own program a long time ago, and I exercise every day.
Wow, exercise. He doesn't look like he works out. He's skinny and small.
Did you just
Don't tell him that.
He doesn't look like he works out?
Oh, no.
What? No, I didn't.
Please be honest. I won't be angry.
Yeah, I did think that. I didn't know you could read minds as well as teleport.
It was written all over your face. You're not very good at lying.
Good to know.
Well, I understand why you would think that. It is very difficult for me to build muscle. However, by continuing, I am seeing gradual results. It is true that persistence pays off.
You're a hard worker.
Yes, but I enjoy exercising too. The more work you put into your muscles, the more results you will see. You should try working out. From the looks of you, I think you'd see good results. If you follow the training program I created, you'll be ripped in 6 months.
Huh? Ripped?
Tell me if there's an area you would like to train. If you want washboard abs or shoulders like melons.
Shoulders
Melons?
like melons.
I don't want to get that big. I'll let you know later.
Come to me anytime.
Oh yeah, Kagero, I forgot, he messaged us afterwards. I always get like that when talking face to face, but I was pretty worried about Tsugumi. I know how you feel about Tsugumi. Even so, it was like I was talking to her father. Her father, huh? I like it. If I told Tsugumi, though, she'd shoot me a glare so icy it would cut through me like a knife. That would be fine, though. I'm glad you understand, Yuito. See you later. Been talking about my hobbies so much, I forgot to ask yours, Yuito. Would you mind telling me? My hobbies? I like to collect Baki goods and do housework, I guess. Cooking's okay, too. I did not expect you to be good at cooking as well. I have actually been thinking of changing my diet to improve my musculature lately. I want to have a shredded back. I would like to discuss a high-protein menu with you. Library. There's something I wanted to check. Okay, there's no power listed. I was gonna say, his older brother, like, is there any power there? Seemingly not. Oh yeah, then we have gifts for you. Squash racket.
This is very nice.
This will be a full body workout, and I would like to have a match with everyone. Oh, do not worry, I will not teleport. And then give him the Hero Figure Volume. These action figures are made in collaboration with the People's Protectors, the OSF, and NDF. The NDF soldier is bravely holding a weapon, and OSF member stands prepared. The production was strictly supervised by both organizations and apparently took 10 years to complete. Huh.
This is very nice.
I've been interested in this series for a while. They're quite well done, are they not? I would love to have them. Alright. Oh, and I think I bought 2 of them on accident. Or I bought one and I had one from somewhere, so more points for Luca.
This is very nice. I never expected you to be so odd, Yuito.
Huh? Really? I thought I was pretty normal.
What is normal in the OSF is not what most people call normal. It's very intriguing.
Alright, level 2 with Luca. You can mid-air teleport. And use teleport to attack. Yeah. And then we also get his Guardian Vision. Decorated the photo, or the hideout with the photo from training with Luca in the gym.
I think I'm starting to understand you a little better.
Really? I'm so happy to hear you say that.
All right. That's pretty great. Okay. Well, let's head on out.
I've been thinking about this too much. My brain is going numb. I should get some rest.
Yuito, wake up! Wataru is on the line.
Sorry. I only meant to take a little break, but it looks like I fell asleep.
So, Wataru, what's up? Is the fact that we snuck into the old OSF hospital going to be an issue?
No. Major General Fubuki was able to take care of that for us, so that's not a problem anymore. It might not be a big deal, but I thought I should let you know about the hole in Kunad Highway.
Now that you mention it, there was something strange in the sky above Kunad Highway. I guess you could call it a hole.
So much happened after that, I'd forgotten about it. So what was it?
The government is calling it the Kunad Gate. A survey team took a look, but aside from the extremely localized gravitational anomaly, they don't know anything about it. It's just that it has similar characteristics to a black hole, so that area has been deemed off-limits.
Kunad Gate. Nothing could be seen on the other side. It was unsettling.
You might not go there, but I figured it's better to know about it than not.
That's true. Thanks for telling me about it. If you learn anything more, please let me know.
As you wish. Oh, I almost forgot. Yuito Platoon's next orders are to stay on standby, so you can hang around the hideout a little while longer.
Really? Then I think we should do just that.
Yes, that is a good idea. Knowing Fubuki, I'm sure he arranged all of this. So I think it's best to comply.
Okay. Choice to face it, eyes open. Already at the halfway point. Hi.
Mind if I come in?
Major General Fubuki, how did you find this place?
I told him. I thought it would be safer to talk here in the hideout rather than meet in the safe zone every time.
Thank you, Luca. I managed to sneak past their surveillance, so we should be fine for a little while.
They started monitoring you?
I told you before that I was a government dog, but I don't have to be a dog anymore, now that Karin's gone.
What do you mean?
Karin's personality didn't make him popular with the government. The top brass has been targeting him for elimination or personality rehabilitation for some time now. That's why I took on the role of being the government's puppet, directing the OSF in Karin's place.
So, does he...
He doesn't know that I had to become his monitor in order to protect him from the government.
Okay.
Besides, even if I told him, he'd probably just tell me to stay out of it. To be honest, I'm a little relieved. I don't have to be the government's yes man anymore. Government surveillance will be stretched thin after Seiron's uprising. I don't plan on missing this opportunity. I should be able to bring change to this country by taking a different path from Karin.
Different path? What are you planning on doing?
This country is aggressively pursuing power research through illegal human experimentations. I have no idea why. They can get away with it because the government has complete control over information. Even the media is under the government's monitoring and influence. I want to find out why they would do this, and free this country from its corrupt system. Karin joined forces with Seiron and rebelled against the state to do the same. However, I feel that collapsing the government system from the inside is the fastest way to results.
My brother is trying to change this country from the outside, while you're trying to change it from within.
Yes. Feigning loyalty allows us opportunities to learn valuable information. We should be able to find out what the government is hiding through the city computer Arahobaki.
Please, let me help you. I want to know what my father has done, and what my brother is hiding.
Yuito, you are the commander of this platoon, and a commander's #1 responsibility is to their platoon members. If you attempt to pursue these government secrets, it will undoubtedly put your platoon members in danger. Are you fully aware of that?
They'll be alright.
Then please, remove me from command.
I can't do that because, for better or worse, there are many eyes on you. There's also the fact that your post was specifically ordered by Chief Kaito Sumeragi.
Well, if we all agree with what Commander Yuito is doing, then it doesn't matter.
Gemma.
Either way, my time with the OSF is drawing to an end. I'm getting too old. But before I leave, I want to uncover the truth. I want to know why that happened to Naomi, and why Nagi received personality rehabilitation.
I agree with Gemma. If you're going to try to uncover the government's secrets, then I would like to help. I was also subjected to this country's human experiments.
What do you mean?
My brother Karin and I received power enhancement treatments.
I had no idea.
If Yuito can't be removed from the platoon, then you can remove the platoon members instead. Any member who doesn't want to take part in this can simply be assigned to a different platoon.
Fine. I can't very well turn down your help now. However, reorganizing your platoon requires paperwork. So I will issue you an official deployment order in the meantime. Please gather intel around the Seiron area. I've heard OSF deserters are appearing around Mizuhagawa. Former OSF members sympathetic to Seiron's cause could be up to something. While you're investigating, I will take the steps necessary to reassign Hanabi and Tsugumi to a different platoon.
What?
Oh.
No.
Okay, get to it then.
No, they stay in here.
Yuito, I'll stay in the platoon as the operator. I feel the same as you and Gemma. I'll help you stop the government from doing whatever they want.
Thanks, Wataru.
What did you do, Evie? Annoying twin? God, the little gremlin Malone in the corner. Oh, okay. Do you have... Why can't I talk to you? There we go. Something tragic happened to someone close to you, Yuito. That's really natural that you want to find out the truth. Prepare to take on the government. Let's head over to Mizuhagawa for now, Yuito. I know that everyone is under suspicion in a situation like this, but I believe that Fubuki is someone who can be trusted. Would helping Major General Fubuki mean that we're making enemies of our families and people we trusted? Kinda, yeah. Okay. So this marker is just right here first.
There's a chance that Seiron OSF patrols might show up beyond this point. Let's keep our eyes open.
Were you serious about what you said back at the hideout?
About helping Major General Fubuki?
Right. Because wouldn't that mean going against your brother and your late father?
I'm staying in this platoon.
Let's
What?
go.
Tsugumi.
What happened to Naomi was terrible. And if the government had something to do with it, then I won't let them get away with it.
Hold on. Incoming others from the front. Hanabi, Tsugumi, we'll talk later. For now, let's clean up the other.
Yeah, you're right.
Next.
Understood.
Let's go. Yeah.
Let it expire. There we go. Oh, hello.
You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep it.
Ah. Oh, that's a cheeky way to dodge that.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Using Tsugumi's combo vision to jump in the air.
Damn. Hey! We'll do this together. Time. Now. Hey! Are there any more others?
I'm not reading any.
Yuito, are you okay?
What the fuck?
Huh? Yeah, I didn't take too much damage in that fight.
What are you talking about? You suddenly said your head hurt and stopped dead in your tracks.
Huh?
Did you black out again? Do you remember what we were talking about?
Hanabi asked me if I was really going to help Major General Fubuki, and then Tsugumi said she was going to stay in the platoon.
And after that?
After that, we got attacked by others, so we obviously didn't talk about anything. Right?
You don't remember Luca and Gemma's stories?
What did they talk about?
About my aging and the experiments Luca was subjected to.
Well, go back. Tell us again.
Sorry, I don't remember any of that. Did you really talk about that?
Yuito, I was listening, so I can verify. I'm not seeing any abnormalities to your status, so maybe it's just mental exhaustion, like the doctor said.
The more you use your power, the more you tax your brain. It might be better to avoid fights right now.
I can't do that. We have our assignment.
Are you really okay?
Snakeboat. Ginger.
Huh? What?
What?
Flaxpig. Table slug? What? None of the words are matching what I'm thinking. Apple home child.
Apple home child.
I see an abnormality in his cranium.
What's going on?
His speech is impaired. His brain must have experienced a great amount of stress.
What can we do?
We have the medication the hospital provided.
But that ampule seems fishy. It looks exactly like the ampules we found at the abandoned subway.
Everyone, be careful. You have an other closing in on you.
His timing couldn't be worse. Stay here and rest, Yuito. We'll handle the others.
Damn it! My head feels like it's going to split in two.
So, yeah, like, what? Okay. It doesn't have an HP
Damage to
bar.
outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
More! More! That's it! Time! Let's go!
I have to fight. Come on. Yuito, can't you use your power?
This isn't good. I can't use my power at all. I won't even be able to fight.
What can we do? Is there some way to cure him?
Do I drink it?
Yuito!
No time to be squeamish. That other's gonna kill me if I don't take this. I have to!
Brain juice.
Yuito? Did he drink the medication?
Well, I don't think we ever
Sugumi.
knew that he took
I'm
one of the
looking now.
ampules.
Oh, the abnormality in his cranium is starting to
Interesting.
disappear.
This medication is really working. My head is starting to hurt a lot less.
Yuito, I can understand what you're saying now.
Can you fight?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Let's take them out.
I can move. It doesn't hurt as much. I can do this.
We can't lose.
Come on.
Oh, these are scummy pools, not doppel.
Let's do better.
Come on.
I'm not picking up any abnormalities on my end. How are you feeling, Yuito?
I feel fine now. I know I had you worried, but I'm glad I took it. Honestly, I wasn't going to be any help in that condition.
That makes sense. And I'm not seeing any signs of side effects either. Perhaps there was no need to worry about the medication after all.
Well, it smelled weird and tasted really bad.
Are we going to continue on our assignment? Shouldn't we go back to the hideout and rest a little bit?
I'm fine. My powers are working normally again. I'll let you know if something feels off. Let's keep going.
Copy that. But please don't push yourself too hard. Promise me.
Okay, I promise.
Alright. I want to ask everyone something. I don't want to worry Yuito, so I'm sending this to everyone. He got a checkup at the hospital, but his condition is getting even worse. I'm worried. He said he was hospitalized as a child, so he's just prone to being sick, isn't he? That's right, so I know it'll be difficult, but I want to put as little stress on Yuito as possible, physically and mentally. I believe Yuito's fatigue has reached its limits. I agree with Hanabi. I will think about what I can do. Yeah, I agree too. I'll do my best not to stress him out. Okay, I'll be careful of how I relay information. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on Yuito's status going forward as well. Also, you didn't do that on purpose, did you, Hanabi? Thanks, everyone. Huh, what do you mean? Or what do you mean on purpose, Wataru? Yuito is tagged as an addressee. What? Wait, no way. Don't read this, Yuito, please. It's nothing, seriously. Even if you did see it, just pretend you didn't. You don't need to reply. Where even? Oh, I see where we are. Okay.
A resource reading near here.
Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified.
Here we go!
working very fast. So, like, I had Tsugumi on. Oh, now they're throwing shit at me, of course. I have Tsugumi on to get easy, perfect dodges. They just sit around doing nothing.
My body.
Finish this, you.
Now die! It's over!
Yuito!
You're mine! Here we go! Leave it to me! There!
Use my fire!
Keep it up.
Oh, they all went away. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah. Here we go.
They like perfectly spaced out at the worst time.
Come on.
Using brain drive.
Let's go.
The equipment was left to rest without ever being used. No waste.
I hear you. How about we use them in battle? They might come in handy if Yuito used them at the right time.
And that's not quite using them for their intended purpose, I guess.
It's like, please fuck off. Just trying to hit you with the giant hook.
Here we go.
You got the hang of this.
There.
Yuito!
Yeah. Come on.
Do it!
Gemma's sclerokinesis might be effective.
Whoa. There.
We got this!
You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep attacking.
I have it! Good instincts.
Leave it to me. Here we go.
Successfully breached shell. Attack now!
Let's go.
You lit that one up.
Okay, yeah. The teleportation is so nice. I figured I would really like it with Yuito's moveset. Definitely do.
I'm ready to go at any time. I'm just itching to get out there.
Okay, so we are heading... Okay, just like slowly moving around.
You can do it!
Use my fire!
Ooh, that's a big blaze.
I'll protect you!
I must do more.
I can hit it.
Thank you, Navi.
Leave it to me. It's over. I can hit it. Come on.
Go, Yuito!
Those, grab that.
right. There's something up ahead.
The extinction belt is thick above that area, so I can't detect anything from my end. Any other information?
I think they're trucks. 2 of them. They're moving towards Seiron?
What is it?
I thought I just saw something inside the truck bed. Although, it was probably my imagination.
Okay, I managed to tap into a nearby surveillance camera feed. Those are OSF transport vehicles.
Enemy or ally?
Yuito platoon is the only OSF team deployed near Mizuhagawa.
Then I guess that means they're Seiron's OSF team.
I see 2 individuals heading towards us. It looks like Kagero and Kyoka.
Of course, they're invisible. Be careful, I'm not picking them up at all.
Oh, so are they a boss fight? I remember them saying they had to, like, distract us.
Take that.
Too late!
Yeah,
I wonder why Kyoka
okay.
and Kagero attacked us. I thought that Kasane was the one after Yuito. Is it because they're on Kasane's side?
Please, I'm just trying to pick up this barrel's oil.
Please be careful.
Even if he's going visible, my clairvoyance can see him.
Yoga!
Your power is the absolute worst to go against. I wonder if that's why we're such good friends.
I'll lend you my strength.
If you
It really is.
then retreat. I don't want to do this.
Oh, he's talking about fucking Yoga, man.
This should.
They're stronger than anticipated.
Let's go. We did what we needed to.
Were Kyoka and Kagero guarding this area?
Could it have to do with the transport vehicle? They were clearly stalling for time.
I'll try to follow them. Tsugumi, could you send me their tracking data?
I can't. There's so many Kageros and Kyokas. They're all going in different directions.
That's Kyoka's duplication power. They're attempting to confuse us.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's working.
It's going to take time to identify the real pair. I also lost sight of the transport vehicles. I hate losing.
It was a diversion to hide the transport vehicle's destination from Tsugumi.
Which direction were the vehicles going the last time you saw them?
I think towards Seiron.
They must have been carrying something important if they made sure we didn't follow. We might be able to find out some key information.
Give me some time. I'll see what I can find out with Tsugumi's information. Yuito, there's a place I want to check out, but it's in a different direction from Seiron. It looks like the duplicates are all avoiding this area. I can't be sure, but it seems suspicious.
Nice catch, Wataru. Okay, we'll go check it out.
Oh boy. The best place. We're here.
What is this place? There's nobody here. Hey, I see the transport vehicles.
Then this must be it. We're pretty far from the city. Do you think this is still Seiron's facility?
I can't seem to find any information on it at all, which only makes it more suspicious.
Looks like they haven't noticed us yet, but I do feel a strange presence here. I can't really put it into words either.
I will go check the vehicle. Tsugumi, Wataru, please cover me.
Hey, Yuito. Are you remembering things okay? What about your speech? Any headaches?
I'm okay for now. No need to worry so much.
At least it'll
You are
get
making
some clones,
sense.
so that's
It's
probably
natural for her to
okay.
feel worried.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Maybe?
You've always had health problems, ever since you were little.
That's right. You did mention that before.
Yeah. I spent most of my early childhood inside a hospital. They finally let me leave when I was around 5, and I've been fine ever since.
Wait, Luca found something quite alarming.
What do you mean?
I know what the transport vehicles are carrying.
Human heads?
That can't be.
The transport vehicle was filled with these.
No, I thought I was just seeing things, but they're really...
One of the trucks was already empty, but I believe it was carrying the same thing.
2 trucks worth of human heads? What in the hell for?
Let's try sneaking in a little further. Kasane and her team might be here.
Okay. We need to find out why they're doing this anyway.
Alright. We definitely don't really want to explore here. Just take it as fast as possible.
It won't open. I guess sneaking in is going to be harder than I thought.
Oh, we gotta get
I
the keys,
can't use
though.
my clairvoyance on any of these doors.
Who are...
Oh, stop. Well, now we have some keys.
Forgive the rough treatment. Don't worry, we only knocked him out. He won't be waking up for a while.
Wow! All 3 of you were amazing!
Thanks. I couldn't even move. I'm glad I have people like you who can make such quick decisions.
Hold on. This might be a key card for the door.
Nice find, Tsugumi. We shouldn't have a problem getting in now.
This puts us in enemy territory. I need to be ready for anything.
Okay, let's try this door.
Keycard. Specifically, keycard number 1.
Thanks, I'll take it.
Okay, so we do need to go to a few extra side areas.
What's going on? Why are there others all over the place?
This doesn't look like an abandoned building. It appears to be some sort of active research facility.
Let's keep going.
It's... Spray something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Leave it to me! There!
Let's go. Looks like the enemy dropped something rare. I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Shell breach confirmed. Put the pressure on.
So that kill right there, that was that quest. I killed these 2 that way to get it. Really annoying, like, what they called it. Psychokinesis finish or whatever.
If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Like, I'm out of juice to do it again.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Swole Luca, but now it's Box. I finally got Swole. God damn it.
You feel more comfortable with someone you're familiar with? That's fine with me.
You can do it!
Yeah. Map-wise... Okay, probably still need to run down here, unfortunately.
Pyrokinesis will work on that one.
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
Crush you!
Successfully breached shell. Attack now.
Next. Yeah! Come on!
That was impressive.
Oh, okay, so I guess we're just kind of like the grates. We couldn't get in because we don't have sheet in. Okay,
You got the hang of
past
this.
these from Kasane's side because we didn't have Luca. Keycard number 2.
Why is there a key card on the floor? There's a smudge that looks like blood on it.
That's definitely blood. Perhaps a researcher was attacked by another. Good job taking the initiative.
You can do it!
Next.
Alright, does he... Oh, a door, please? Okay.
This
Four.
gate needs a key card to open.
Sheet-in door. Let's see. Sheet-in door.
We've been spending a lot of time together recently.
Let's go!
It's time for brain drive.
Here we go!
We should use Hanabi's power.
Here we go!
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
What we can't. Oh, there we go. There's a lot of things in here.
Let's do this, Hanabi! Come on!
I need to focus.
Alright, yeah, I was like, this is the perfect place to use brain drive. Or field.
Get him, Yuito!
Next.
Witness my strength!
Now die! It's over!
Here you go!
Wait, his brain field plays the theme song? I was like, Kasane's I'm pretty sure didn't. Did it? I don't remember it, but that felt different. God, which way did we just come from? I don't think it did. Yeah, I was like, it definitely felt new. thing that needed an L2 the most. A shieldless other.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Shell breach confirmed. Put the pressure on.
Keep it up.
Leave it to me! That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Pyrokinesis will work on that one.
Use my fire!
Nice. It's burning.
Now die!
Nice fire! You got this!
You're mine! I can hit it! Come on!
Yuito!
Leave it to me! There! Let's go! Yeah!
Go. Oh, okay, we're not done yet.
Found a weak spot. Yeah!
Here we go! Now die! There!
Whoa! Nice! We can't lose!
Oh, hi.
If you can't see anything, use SAS to find the source of the smoke.
Nice.
That was brilliant.
I need your eyes! Leave it to me! Hey!
Like, pick it up. There we go. Oh, at number 3, it's not 4. Hidden door.
You got the hang of this.
There's no data on this facility, but a long time ago there was a plan to develop an academic city nearby. It looks like an art museum was already built, so maybe they're using that.
Here we go!
Oh, it's supposed to be an art museum? That's why it looks this weird? Okay.
Come on! Here we go!
Oh my god, you are obnoxious.
Huh?
That attack worked! That must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me! It's over! Yeah. Get ready. Here we go.
Next. Using brain drive.
Come on.
Use my fire!
My fault.
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Yeah.
Just focus.
Whoa! Nice!
Here you go.
Come on. Leave it to me. There.
Oh.
Endured.
I feel the power coursing through me!
I can hit it.
I'll protect you.
Anyone else? No? Alright.
Looks like there's a resource nearby.
That for a max jelly. Okay. What do I need for this door? 4. Okay.
This gate needs a key card to open, I think.
It was free this door then? Yes. This can go, okay. So like, before back in here with some sort of fight.
We should use Hanabi's power. If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Get lost! Let's do better.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
No, come on, hit the... Okay.
Next.
Ah,
Successfully
nice.
breached shell. Attack now.
Next.
Go! Spin!
Oh, missing pound spawned here too? Oh, but
Wasn't
of course,
expecting oil.
goes for the cushion pound. Okay.
Here we go!
This is pretty rare.
Isolate them.
I need your eyes! Hit him!
That must be its weak spot.
Crush you!
Go, Yuito!
Now die! Come on!
Like, I feel like, yeah, there's probably one more wave.
Here we go!
This other is weak to back attacks. Use SAS to get behind it.
Got this!
Let's go!
What?
Nice fire! You got this!
Here we go!
This
What is
bad.
happening?
No problem.
Now, Luca!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I can hit it!
Here we go!
Alright. You bitch. Come here.
Found a weak spot. Yeah.
No problem.
There! Take that! Leave it to me!
I'll follow up.
Come on! Let's go!
You know, I could see Yuito, if we did this one first, or like without the level boost from EX New Game, I can see Yuito having a damage problem. Because he only has one offensive SAS, where Kasane got the multiple hits going with Kyoka's duplication. I am not going there. Am I going there? Yeah. Okay, before we do that, because I believe we're going to be thrown right into a fight.
What is this facility?
It looks like some sort of assembly line.
Hey, those boxes. Aren't they the same ones from that transport truck we saw? What is it, Tsugumi?
Does it contain what I brought earlier?
A human head.
You've gotta be kidding me. All of these?
What in the world is this place?
Others are being held in this building. And Others feed on human brains.
Even if that's the case, why does it seem like this factory processes the brains? I hate to say it, but couldn't they just toss in the whole head if they're just feeding them to the others?
This smell. Where is it coming from?
It does smell a little strange here. Almost like blood.
Those ampules!
I think I'm going to be sick.
This can't be real, right? Those were made by Spring Pharmaceuticals.
If some others even eat it. Yeah, that's a good question.
Damn it!
Looks like Kyoka couldn't lose you.
What is this?
I think you've already figured it out. This is Spring Pharmaceuticals' Seiron factory. To be more accurate, it's an other research facility they run jointly with the Seiron government.
They're using these heads to make their products.
Shiden, stay calm. Just concentrate on stopping Yuito.
Wait, let's talk. Hey!
First you won't tell me why you're trying to kill me. Now you're trying to hide this cool place? Don't you feel anything seeing what's going on here? What are you all thinking?
Why?
Damn you!
Take this!
Little.
I thought you were amazing since you were a cadet, Kasane. But now you're trying to kill Yuito and trying to hide this facility? What happened to you? This isn't like you.
Come on.
Shut up! You don't know anything about anything.
Then tell us. We don't know anything because you won't tell us anything.
Arashi.
Here we go.
Back off.
Arashi, please die.
Use my fire.
Come on.
Brain drive.
All right, she's gone. Jesus.
Little.
By any means.
Close. Damn.
Here we go!
Hey!
Get away!
Hey! At this rate.
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Hanabi.
Give up!
Leave it to me.
Back off.
Not done yet. One more.
I won't hold back!
How could I? I have to.
You!
I'll show you my
I must
drive!
train more.
I have it. One more.
It won't work!
It's up to you now.
You won't get
Okay.
away!
I can still fight.
That was a 1v1. We're good to go.
Give up!
Well, not 1v1, but
Come on.
allies kind of suck in this game, so it might as well be.
That was close.
I can keep going!
Oh,
I was too excited.
Damn you!
Let's go.
Stop! No!
Oh no, I was spamming that. That was what I was gonna do. Can I counter brain? No. Hey.
Damn. We won't back down.
We got this.
Why?
I trust you.
Stop!
Why are you just running back and forth?
No! Good.
That's normally what I do. To stall you out of time.
Yuito, a member is in danger.
Back off! Leave it to me, Gemma!
Thank you for your help.
More power.
Now it is my turn.
By any means.
Snap out of it already!
There we go.
Making
Didn't
drugs
need
out
to,
of human heads is
but I
crazy.
wanted to.
We have to stop them.
But Naomi, she needs this.
What do you mean? What is this facility for?
That's...
I can't take this anymore. I'm telling them everything.
No, I will. This place is another research facility run jointly with Spring Pharmaceuticals, just like Arashi said. Human brains of people with powers are being brought here. A portion of them are transplanted into others to turn them into other weapons. The rest are turned into a medical solution to feed the others.
That's horrible.
Hey, are you really sure about Seiron? I know New Himuka has a lot of its own issues. It's not right that the government monitors everyone and controls all the information. But Seiron causing the uprising, that's just as messed up. Can we really let them get away with transplanting human brains into others, or processing the brains into drugs?
No, we can't, obviously. That being said, there are, in fact, some people who've been forced to accept it.
Like my brother.
And then there's Kasane. People whose loved ones have been turned into others. They depend on that medication. Human-born others can temporarily regain their senses when they take that medication, even letting them talk.
Does Karin have a family member that's been metamorphosed?
No, not a family member. Has Luca or Fubuki mentioned it?
Alice?
Yuito!
His brain is...
Yuito!
Yuito?
Is this happening because I used my power?
I guess similarly to how it makes things clear
My
for
head is
Naomi,
killing me!
it's only a temporary
okay?
fix.
What's wrong? You look like you're in pain.
Take more brain juice.
There's something wrong with Yuito's brain. He's
Regardless
beginning
of the
to show
fact of
signs
what
of
you
speech
just
and memory
learned.
impairment whenever he uses his power.
I'm okay now. The pain is fading. This is...
Damn. Sorry to interrupt, but you need to leave now so we can call this a draw. Hurry up or the others will come.
We should leave too. That okay with you, Kasane?
Yes.
Yuito, our assignment is complete. We should withdraw.
Yeah. We should get out of here as soon as possible.
That is the best part about this side. We had to be here, but no Pagoda
Wataru
Rotunda.
said he would report
Fuck
to Major
that thing.
General Fubuki for you.
Okay. Sorry. I know I should be the one to do it, but I'm just not feeling well.
It was a Kasane
What are you
exclusive.
talking about? It's okay. Don't worry about it. We all know how you feel. No, that's not exactly true. I can't understand how much pain you're in. I probably would have taken the ampule too if I were in your shoes. I know saying that won't help with whatever guilt or disgust you might be feeling.
Thanks. I'm okay.
The medication should be chemically processed, so consider them more like protein or amino acid supplements. It may be unpleasant, But looking at them this way might help you come to terms with it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's just hard for me to do it.
I know it might be difficult, but whatever you do, don't throw them up.
What? You knew?
Wait.
We saw it happen. You were outside the hideout. Oh, we're sorry.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I know it's not in my stomach anymore, but I just couldn't.
It's fine, but you have to fight through it. You can't make it a habit.
You're right. Besides, Naomi...
Okay.
It must be so much harder for her. Being turned into another is awful enough, but now she has to... feed on these brains? I don't know where she is right now, or how she's doing. When I think about her, I know how much better off I am. If Naomi hasn't given up, then I can't either. I know I can get through it.
After you do get through it, you'll be able to help support Naomi when you see her again.
Yes. You're right. I need to get it together. I'm just wondering if New Himuka is stocking up on those ampules, knowing full well what they're made of. If that's the case, and they do indeed know, then they're going to have to answer to me. No. I have a feeling that New Himuka already knows everything.
Yeah, probably.
I just can't get myself to accept it.
I'm sorry.
Huh? You don't need to apologize. You have nothing to do with the hospital.
I know, but I just wanted to apologize. I want to look into the hospital and do something about it.
This is a tough position for the both of you.
You too, Luca. Everything Karin has done must be hard for you. Tsugumi had to see a lot of things she never wanted to as well. I think we've all had our fair share of suffering. But what's important is that we continue to support one another, right?
Yeah. Sorry I worried everyone, and thank you.
Alright. Phase 6 complete.
I want to talk to Luca for a change. I don't know what to tell you, Yuito. Just try not to do everything on your own. If there's too much to handle, let me help you pick up the slack. That's what a team is for. Thanks, Wataru.
Arashi, Kyoka again, okay. Will you help me go over some information? Sorry for messaging so late. Can you help me go over some information? It's about Kasane. I understand Kasane's motives and where she is. If she's angry at New Himuka for turning Naomi into an other, it makes sense that she would join Seiran. I understand what you're gonna say, Luca. I understand that Seiran gave the order to assassinate my father, but why give the order to Kasane, right? I don't understand that either. Yes, well done, Yuito. She graduated top of her class, but she is a rookie. I do not believe that she has the skills of an assassin. If I were to give someone such an order, it would not be Kasane. I apologize. I was speculating too much. It appears I've mostly organized things in my head. Thank you very much. Let's see, shop. What kind of new presents do we got? Red cushion. Mini potted plant sets. Beige abdominal roller. Okay, so he gets an abdominal roller too, just not on Kasane's side. Perfect vision poster. Or perfect poster vision. Okay. Let's see, anyone? Let's see, no bond there. There's a bond there, a bond there, and a bond there. All right. And I'll be first then. Guess Kasane joined Seiran for Naomi. The red cushion. The soft cushion has a red cover and is used as a pillow for an afternoon nap. The cover is made from fire-resistant fabric, so even if you happen to shoot fire in your sleep, the cushion would probably be fine. Suppose that could maybe be an issue.
Thanks.
So fluffy. I think I'll put it on the sofa. Nice. Who's, you're right in front of us. Search facility with clairvoyance, but I couldn't find Naomi. She's probably here somewhere, though.
Oh, Yuito. I would like to talk to you.
What's up, Tsugumi?
I think I finally found that flower. Look at this.
Okay.
Oh.
It's called a silent snowmelt. It's a rare flower that only blooms at high altitudes. Is this the one you saw?
Yeah, this is the one. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I can't believe you found it with such little info.
This flower's natural environment is different from Suo's climate, so it took some time to find.
What does that mean?
It blooms on cold, high mountains, so the
I put the
temperature
word
in your
flower
garden
in,
is
it
too
brought
high.
flowers.
Growing it would be difficult.
Oh. I guess that's why they always wilted.
No, it's amazing that the flowers bloomed at all. I would like to try growing them myself, but...
Is there a problem? Oh, you did say it was a rare flower.
Yes. You can't normally get seeds or sprouts. There isn't any data about its natural habitat either. There isn't any information about how to collect them yourself, or where to look. I'm stuck.
Okay. Let's see. If they were in my garden, that means they probably grow somewhere in New Himuka.
I want to search for this flower.
Honestly, I felt bad about leaving all the searching to you, so I looked into it a little myself. The gardener who planted this flower already passed away, so I haven't got a single clue where he got it.
That's sad. I'm sure he was good at what he did.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time and care to raise it in our garden. And I figured out why I remembered this flower in the first place. After my mom died, I was really sad for a very long time. The old gardener, he knew she liked those flowers, so he planted them for me.
I see.
So I'm glad I know their name at least. Thank you.
But you haven't seen the actual flowers yet. It must be frustrating.
Still, that's good enough for me. Thanks to your thorough research, I can look at pictures of the flower whenever I want.
You want to see the real thing, don't you? I'll check some more.
Huh? Oh, well, I'd like to see it if I can, but you don't have to go out of your way.
I promised I would find it, so I don't want to give up.
Okay. Thanks, Tsugumi. And I'll help in any way I can.
Okay.
She was really excited. She can be pretty stubborn sometimes. I didn't know that about her. Although, the fact that she let me see her like that means she's starting to open up. That makes me kind of happy.
The flowers I planted before are about to bloom. When they do, I want to show you, Yuito.
I'm looking forward to it. You're good at taking care of plants.
You're good at taking care of me. You're good at taking care of people.
Huh? Really? Oh man, you're making me blush.
Alright, assault vision. And then increased recovery speed of the clairvoyance gauge, okay.
Yuito? Would you... No, never mind.
Did you want to say something? Just let me know when you want to talk.
Like I told you before, plants like to be close to people. I think the silent snowmelt wants to meet you too, Yuito. That's why I want to find it. I hope so, but don't work too hard. I'm just happy you're thinking of me. So kind. I want someone as kind as you to be happy. I'll find it, so let me work as hard as I need to. Okay. I'm surprised Seiron and Spring Pharmaceuticals created such a large facility together. Oh wait, I have gifts. For singular gift. These potted plants are so small that they could fit in the palm of your hand. Individual plants require distinct types of care. Some fans give them all different names. One OSF member was heard saying, "The name of my plants? That's a secret."
Oh, thanks.
These little ones require different care. They're small and delicate. I'll take good care of them. Oh my god. All over the place. Luca.
How have you been feeling lately, Yuito?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking.
Of course. Make sure to rest when you need it. Part of being OSF is taking care of your body. See you around.
Are you going to work out now?
Yes, my daily routine. Would you like to join me? Light exercise is good for maintaining your health.
You're right. Okay, I'll work out with you. Maybe you can make a training program for me.
I would be happy to. I promise to make the program that best suits your body type and fighting style.
Great, thanks. Ugh, I'm beat. I'm so thirsty. Do you want some water, Luca?
No, you should drink it. I have this.
What is that?
A special protein drink that I concocted. It's best to drink it within 45 minutes of exercising.
I've never had one. Is it good?
I made it strawberry flavored, so it's easy to drink. The intake of protein is essential for building muscle.
Not only do you work out, you even worry about your nutrition. That's amazing.
Protein is well known to people who like exercise. It's nothing to be surprised about.
It's not just that. The program you just went through was pretty hard. You're really stoic about it. Why do you want to train so much?
Well, because I'm small. When compared to those around me, I'm always at a strength disadvantage. So I want to do all I can to lessen that disadvantage.
A strength disadvantage? But why does that matter? There's almost no one as good as you in a real fight. You're a Septentrion, and you have top-class strength when it comes to a fight with powers.
I do not want to rely solely on my power.
Why not? You have an amazing one. I don't see the problem in relying on it.
Let me put it another way. Power is something you are born with. It cannot easily be changed. However, muscles are different. The harder you work, the stronger they become. Isn't that amazing?
Huh. I guess it does seem pretty amazing, maybe.
Yes, you're beginning to understand. Also, my brother is always ahead of me.
Okay, but
no matter how much praise I get, I can never equal him. That makes me want to work hard.
I see. I definitely understand that.
Thank you for saying so. Since you are here, I'll tell you my secret.
What is it?
Wait just a moment.
This is the backpack you always wear. Oh, that's
oh my
heavy.
god.
What's in this?
I've made adjustments to my daily routine to train my muscles. I have weights inside my clothes as well.
Yeah, we knew he had weights in his clothes.
You call them adjustments, but it sounds like torture to me.
The backpack is also full of weights.
These extreme methods might be the secret to his strength. Will you put some weights in my clothes too?
Of course. They are custom made to be removable. So I will put this here, and there you are.
Great. Now I'll try to walk. Whoa! Oh, my body is swaying just from moving a little.
It's not very heavy, but it will be difficult until you are used to using your core. You can borrow them if you like. Now, I'll do another set.
You can keep going?
Yes, I still have a lot left to do. You can take a rest if you are tired.
That's a Septentrion for you. I can't believe he always wears weights. but there's something kind of desperate about the way he's exercising. I feel like he's pushing himself too hard. Can he really handle it?
Alright. It is strange. I'm able to talk with you about things that I cannot with anyone else. My brother, he's the type of person, but when he was... Wait. He is that type of person, but he was always on my side when we were children. About Chief Kaito. My brother can be pretty strict, but he's always cared about me. The fact they are family makes the situation even more confusing. Hope that we can speak again. Oh, we must continue our weight training as well. Alright, and then we have... Oh my god. This poster features photos of perfect bodies, only attainable by dedicated athletes. Aesthetics are also important in weight training. People who desire the perfect body remember this poster as their goal. The identities of the poster models are confidential.
This is amazing. Thank you.
Yuito, we have already reached these heights. Yes, this is perfect. I will brand this image training into my mind to reach my ideal body.
You're working very hard, Yuito.
You think so? Thanks.
You're gentle, earnest, and straightforward. It makes me a little jealous. I can't be like you, and I don't have to. But I still recognize your good qualities.
Well, that wasn't what that second sentence said at all, but it had the same sentiment. Okay, now we get combo vision with him. Then recovery speed of his gauge.
I'd like to get to know you even better.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I think we can be better friends.
So, did he put the poster up in here? I don't see the poster displayed anywhere. And in the kitchen? Put it on the fridge so you know not to open it? Oh. Huh. Okay. Oh, no, there it is! It's way up there. God damn it, man. Alright, Gemma.
Gemma, have you gotten a little bigger?
Have I? My training has been going well lately.
Wow. Did you have a change of heart or something?
It's a little embarrassing, but I don't want you to get better than me. You can laugh at me for being a silly old man.
Level 3. Oh, combo vision! Yes. A Baki tapestry? And Team Bond level 3. Force Field Mach 4.
I'll be there to back you up. Don't let anything get in your way. It's comforting to hear you say that.
I guess it gave me a Force Field Mach 4 because Team Bond level 3 is the white costumes, and we already have those. Nice Baki. Alright, we have the beige abdominal roller. This beige wheel is an exercise tool for training abdominal muscles. It's advisable to use the stable two-wheeled type at first. It provides effective exercise even for people who already have six-pack abs. It's called a roller in the industry.
Are you sure?
I've never used something like this, so I'll try it out sometime. Okay. And I think that was... Well, we have the text messages, but as far as, like... presents... Yeah. Oh, we didn't check the TV, the standby yet. So the TV has seemingly been different entirely on this side. The brave soldiers of the OSF and National Defense Forces, led by the hero Second Lieutenant Yuito Sumeragi, are fighting hard day and night to suppress the rebellion. It is clear that Seiran has lost the initial momentum of their surprise attack and are struggling to remain on the offensive. It can only be a matter of time before this rebellion comes to an end. Alright, Arashi, I developed a new battle support program and I really want you to test it. I'll be waiting at Musubi's. I'm surprised by your message, considering the situation. I guess we're ignoring everything that's going on. That's what I'm gonna do. Wait, that's what I'm going to do, so I hope you will too. I guess I don't need to say that. I don't like having awkward talks, so you do the same.
So, you said you wanted to test this battle support program?
Yeah, I want you to try it out.
Is it safe?
That's what the test is for. We don't have much time. Let's get started. I'm installing it now. Okay, it's installed. Try using your power.
Power? Okay. I can lift up this cup. What's going on? I'm seeing noise.
Calm down. It'll go back to normal once you stop consciously using your power.
Oh, you're right. That really surprised me.
Nice. It was a success.
What is this program?
When it detects power usage, it affects your visual senses to discourage its use. I call it the forced break program.
Okay.
What? Why did you make a pointless program like that?
It's not pointless. If you apply various conditions to the program, you'll be able to restrict overworking. It's even more effective with an organization like the OSF where powers are necessary. Nobody can be working 24/7. In other words, I considerately made this program so people can use it as an excuse to rest.
I still think it was pretty reckless to stick it in my head.
Anyway, you can't fight now, which means you have to rest. Enjoy your free time.
Well, I am pretty tired.
Why don't you order something? Nothing like eating your favorite food into a food coma.
Absolutely.
Okay, then. I guess I'll take a break. Although, I've got tons of problems I should be dealing with. I wish Nagi were here.
What's with all the sighing? Am I that boring?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean anything like that. There's just so much happening that I'm having a hard time relaxing. I don't know how to deal with it.
It's easy. Just do whatever it feels like your body wants to. You know, like this. Just lean back. Ah, that's so relaxing. You try.
Wow, that's quite the position. I wish I saw you like this before I enlisted.
What's that supposed to mean?
Before I enlisted, I only knew you through the press. You were so friendly and lively.
That's when I'm on the clock. This is me off the clock. If you don't know when to switch between the two, you're going to break down. I make sure to stay off the clock as long as I can so I don't break. I think you should do the same.
Thanks for your concern, but I can't just...
I see. I'm not trying to push anything on you. I apologize, but I learned a lot.
Wait, did you uninstall the program?
I'll try to tone down my advice from now on. Time to call it a day.
She does it so she doesn't break. I guess that's one way to live. Although, that program is a little overkill.
Alright. When you get better at switching gears, I want you to help me with PR. You have a pretty fresh look. You have great hair, too. I could give you a recommendation. No way. The way you smile and talk when you're on, I can never do that. I think you've got promise, though. Also, if I recruit some fresh blood, that'll just increase my off time. When you read this, you'll probably think, that's what she's really after. And you'll be right. Just let me know if you're interested. Okay, and then we have Kyoka. I want to apologize to you again for fighting you at Mizuhagawa. Could you come to Musubi's again? I'm waiting for your reply. We had to fight in that situation, so I'm not sure how I feel about you apologizing, but If it'll make you feel better, Kyoka, I'll see you. I'm going to Musubi's now.
Thank you for coming. I'm sorry about what happened in Mizuhagawa.
You don't have to apologize. We both had our reasons, so no hard feelings.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I really wanted to go easy on you. You were a lot stronger than I anticipated, so I couldn't afford to hold back. Did you get hurt?
You don't need to worry so much.
Yes?
I wasn't hurt.
Spamming
Even
arrows
if I
from
was,
every
I give myself
direction.
first aid.
Wow, that's impressive.
I've always studied all sorts of things, so I could do anything on my own.
I see. I do remember you having a good head on your shoulders ever since you were little.
Hmm? Since I was little? How do you know what I was like when I was little?
Oh, I was just imagining it. I'm sure that's what you must have been like.
Why is she so panicked all of a sudden? I suppose I shouldn't doubt her since she's just worried about me. Anyway, I'm totally fine and I can take care of myself. Really, it's okay.
All right. I'm sorry I'm such a worrier. I'd just like you to make one last promise to me. Stay away from Togetsu.
Togetsu? Why should I promise that?
I can't tell you why, but something dangerous might happen to you if you go there.
I can't make a promise without knowing why.
You have a point. I'm so upset that I can't do anything about it.
I don't know what you're hiding or what you're trying to say to me, but I can tell that you're worried, so thanks for looking out for me.
So suspicious, Kyoka.
Be careful, Yuito.
Like, no one
You too.
mentioned Togetsu. Or even had, like, we haven't even gotten to the point of, like, wanting to go to Togetsu. She's like, don't go there. I was like, well, now I want to go there. I know I shouldn't be asking you in this situation, but can I ask one thing? Have you been able to really smile from the heart lately? Smile from the heart. I'm not sure. I smile naturally when I'm around everyone, I think. Yeah, sorry, that was a weird question. You have such a cute smile. I was just feeling nostalgic. When I was talking about what I was talking about in my last message was your smile when you joined the OSF. Hope the day comes when you can smile like that again. Talk to you later. All right, thanks, mom friend. Okay. I think we should be able to knock out one more phase. Maybe, depending on what... I don't remember what phase 7 would be. Replenish our healing. And head out.
I should try to get a little rest. A message from Major General Fubuki?
It's Fubuki. I want an update on your situation. Rendezvous where we met previously.
I got a message from Major General Fubuki. Did everyone else get it too?
I did.
I did too. I think he's talking about the safe zone.
He said he's under surveillance, so I am sure he just wanted to play it safe.
But Major General Fubuki is with Spring Pharmaceuticals, right? Those ampules.
Do you think he knows about that factory?
It would be strange if he didn't.
He might have a purpose for calling a meeting so soon afterwards.
The fact that the OSF hospital prescribed the drugs must mean the government's getting products from that factory in some shape or form. Could Major General Fubuki be the go-between?
Does that mean he's an enemy too? Even after everything he's done for us?
It could just be one of the ways he goes about pretending to obey the government. We can sit here and doubt his intentions all day, but we're better off just asking.
You have a big heart, Yuito. Your trusting nature is one of your most likable features. I should really follow your example.
It's because he's sincere. I think our skepticism might provide him a nice balance.
That might be true.
Too good for his own. Lost memories lead. What? Looking at the... Going back to the hospital? Old hospital, rather?
Sorry to call you out here. While I accepted Luca's generous invitation the last time, I feel it would be dangerous for me to frequent your hideout. There's a good chance the team surveilling me will notice.
We appreciate your consideration.
Wataru told me what happened in Seiran. I've also given the government a report that won't affect our activities.
What? Is that safe? Your family is Spring Pharmaceuticals.
That's precisely why I did. Reporting my own family's wrongdoings only gets the government to trust me more. Besides, Karin and I were the first ones to propose that research facility.
What?
I think you already know about Alice. She's still being held in that facility as an other. We enticed Seiran in order to protect her, knowing full well they would abuse their research. The results of which were the ampules and the uprising. We were fools.
What's going on with this country? Seiran may have incited an uprising, but there's still a new Himuka city just like ours. Suo's conducting human experiments, and Seiran is basically doing the same thing.
All of it being done to develop new weapons to fight the threat of the others. One chose to strengthen powers, and one explored a method to control the others themselves.
What are others, anyway? I've heard they suddenly began appearing after the Spring of Extinction, but not much is known about them still.
That's true. I guess the only other thing we know is that they're created in the Extinction Belt.
Some are saying they're wild animals that experience sudden mutations, but are they really wild?
It's very possible that the government is hiding what they actually are.
That is the crux of it.
Huh?
Even the public can sense something different about the others. So, focusing on that point will nullify the government's personality rehabilitation efforts.
Like exposing a government secret to every new Himuka citizen? Just like my brother did in the uprising.
Exactly. Karin and I once plotted to send a video of a human at the moment of being metamorphosed straight to the minds of every citizen.
I'm sure that would be
couldn't find any definitive
traumatic.
video to serve as our evidence, and I was hampered after they threatened Karin.
So that's why you let the government turn you into a spy?
Yes, but now they should have Nagi's data from when Naomi was metamorphosed for research purposes.
They took his memory when they subjected him to personality rehabilitation.
Now that you mention it, Nagi seemed like he had no idea about Naomi's metamorphosis after he was discharged from the hospital.
But wouldn't that cause brain damage?
Extracting a specific memory is a dangerous process, but that's hardly even a concern to them. You all have the same memory of her metamorphosis, but attempting to digitize and extract it is too risky.
That's why we need Nagi's stored memory data. It's already been extracted.
We can send the data via Arahabaki to every citizen as proof of the government's inhumane acts. The people are ready to hear it.
Can you access it?
Yes. I received permission to enter the secure site while you were heading out to Seiran on your last assignment. I've been provided with a one-time use pass.
Nagi's stolen memory. Where is it stored?
I think they're storing it in the old OSF hospital you infiltrated before. I'm sorry for not having more concrete intel, but that facility was used to research powers. It's very likely it's there. Could you infiltrate the old hospital after the platoon has been reorganized?
Reorganized? I forgot about that.
I'm staying in Yuito platoon. This isn't the world I want either.
I see. So Hanabi is the only one that needs to be transferred.
No, I'll stay too.
Are you sure? Staying with us could mean being targeted by the government.
Then we'll deal with it if it comes to that. After all the awful things we learned, I can't just sit here and do nothing while my friends are trying to do something about it.
You don't care if it brings trouble to your family?
No. And I'm actually starting to suspect that it wasn't just my uncle who knew, but my father too.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Hanabi. Your help means a lot to me. I'll leave you to recover Nagi's memory from Naomi's metamorphosis. I'd like to go myself, but I don't want them revoking my access to Arahabaki, so I have to lay low for now. You've made a lot of waves, Yuito. You need to be careful. This will be your second time infiltrating the hospital.
Yes, I will.
By the way, I can send you some data to help you bypass the old hospital security system. I may not be as good as my sister, but I can still put together a program or two. Please use this to aid your infiltration.
Thank you.
Well, good luck.
Fubuki's program.
I'm with you, Commander Yuito.
I'm really glad the whole platoon was able to work as a team.
We're all in this together.
Okay, so going back here. So clearly this plan never seems to come to fruition, because like they do send out a message, but it's not Nagi's memory. Want to report. It's Fubuki. I want an update on your situation. Rendezvous where we met previously. Oh, that was okay. My guess is that someone from Seiron infiltrated. Suo was probably... Oh. We know it was the new Himuka government who turned Naomi into an other, but the government gains nothing by doing that, right, Fubuki? Well done, Luca, that's right. There's no reason to turn an OSF soldier into an other in combat. My guess is that someone from Seiron infiltrated. Suo was probably trying to use the chaos caused by the large-scale other attack to try to clean it up. Okay, alright. So the clueless OSF, who were just there to exterminate the others, just happened to be right in the middle of the battlefield. Wait, so Naomi was turned into an other by chance? It could have happened to anyone, it just happened to be Naomi. How terrible. So that means the Suo army has special bullets that can turn people into others as a measure against the Seiron army. That's what I believe, though I know we can't just call it an accident or a coincidence. Now things will be more dangerous than ever. I will do all I can, but please be more prepared. Huh.
Looks like there's a resource reading. You can't see it, but the other is still around. Use SAS to find it.
I didn't see anywhere that looked like a place data would be stored when we came here looking for it.
Yeah! Come on!
Not before.
If it's here, it must be deeper inside the building. Probably somewhere very hard to get to.
Yuito, I can disrupt the security system with Major General Fubuki's program. You can proceed safely.
Understood.
Right, but what are these? Like, is that the security program?
You can do it!
Damn, where are you? Take this! Next.
Use fire when it's covered in oil.
Come on. Damn.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
The enemy dropped something.
Okay, so it's just this guy.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Not yet.
Go, Yui.
Now die. There.
Let's say, is it that easy though? Oh my god.
You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep attacking.
It is nothing.
Here we go. Come on.
Oh, hi.
I must train more.
Let's regroup.
That was close.
Lock in.
Come on.
You good?
Damn! I'm getting roasted!
I can hit it. It's over.
It is nothing.
At this rate.
God, they're so obnoxious.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me. There.
Good. Outreach confirmed.
Okay. Good lord.
I can still fight.
So where are we even going? We're here. When you go up to the top floor, okay.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Yuito, use my power with SAS.
Man's gotta stand back up.
I can hit.
Assault visions, yes.
Finish this, Yuito.
Now die!
That was impressive.
Yeah, Next.
Just focus.
We'll do this together. Let's do this, Nabi.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
I must do more.
Go, Yuito.
Yeah! It's over!
That was brilliant.
It is nothing.
We can't lose.
I must try more. It is nothing.
I can hit it!
I can keep going.
Okay.
Do you remember the layout of the building? You were admitted to this hospital when you were little.
That's what I hear, but I don't remember it at all. I guess I was too young.
What?
I need your eyes.
Oh. Didn't even see like the faint outline that it was even there.
Now die!
Get him, Yuito! Use my fire!
We'll protect you.
Come on. Yeah. Next. Yeah.
I trust you.
You got the hang of this.
Oh my god. No, I have field absolutely not. 2 Santa baristas and an invisible thing. No.
Endure it.
I'll drag you inside my field.
Damn it. Come on.
So he still goes insane during these.
I'll destroy everything.
Oh my god. Calm down. I thought it was just the, you know, the one time that he was gonna go insane. No, it'll be every time, I guess.
Maybe Segumi's clairvoyance.
Damn, where are you?
We can't lose.
Found you.
There.
Go, you.
Yeah. It's over.
Here you go.
How many dots just showed up? Jesus. Okay, so oh. Alright.
Leave it to me.
Oh.
I trust you.
I should be able to ignore like all of them.
Leave it to me.
That was brilliant.
Oh, that was a dead end. Okay.
You can do it.
Being needed on the front line is something soldiers are grateful for.
We can't lose.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Now die!
That was a good attack.
I like jelly. Where am I? Oh, okay. Oh. Hello. Oh, you know what? Okay, we can't just scroll on by this. Exploration.
Leave it to me! Leave it to me!
Huh?
Damn!
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you. Found a weak spot. Yeah!
I can hit it! Come on!
That was brilliant.
Here we go!
You're at ease using SAS.
Leave it to me!
We can't lose my clairvoyance. Use it, Yuito.
Now die! There!
That was impressive. I trust you.
Let's go!
Let's use brain drive.
Using brain drive. Let's go. It is nothing. Here we go. I can hit it. Come on.
That was brilliant.
Get this shit out of the door.
Brain drive!
Yeah, field.
Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified. I feel the power coursing through me!
Yeah. Here I go! Next.
No one else spawning? Nope. Alright.
The resource reading is close. Should we get it?
What? Trying to figure out with these green items blocking bits of the map. Okay. Trying to figure out what's
You got the hang of
where.
this.
Having spent so much time with each other, it almost doesn't feel right when we're not.
There's a Baki here.
You can do it!
Where am I? Okay.
You got the hang of this. Let's do this, Hanabi!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Whoa!
Throw shit.
I must do more.
Alright, L2. This guy won't
Another
break.
one!
The shell is broken.
No chance.
Give it everything you have.
Yeah.
That must be its weak spot.
Why? Target, please.
It is nothing.
Get him, Yuito.
Now die! It's over!
Oh.
Using Luca's teleportation would make this easier.
I can hit it!
Do it!
We'll do this together!
It's down! Give it everything you've got!
Finish this!
Leave it to me!
Yuito! Be on guard!
Damn!
Oh,
Pay
cool.
attention.
Thanks. Canceled my combo vision.
Not yet!
Yeah! Come on!
That was brilliant.
Oh my god, we're not. Oh my. Okay.
I must train more.
Come on! I can hit it! It's over!
Go, Yuito! Lead on!
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
One more!
Successfully breached shell. Attack now.
Let's go!
Now!
Found a weak spot. Yeah!
Leave it to me!
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
Good.
What happened?
Can't see anything.
Now die! There!
Whoa! Nice! That was impressive!
We're done, right? Please, thank you. Jesus Christ. Ridiculous. So there's at least 10 to pick up. I'm not gonna bother reading them until we have all of them.
I would like to be useful for once.
Oh, ah.
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Leave it to me! Come on! Yeah! Hey!
Give me the. There we go.
You got the hang of this.
Okay, so we're on the final floor, so clearly we need to go all the way back. Actually, but probably the easiest way is just do it this, start from the bottom, go into every room. Because doing it this way doesn't respawn things. Wouldn't respawn the other way either, but this is faster, for sure. I can see so many items. Is it like showing me things above me? I think it is, yeah. Okay, that's jarring.
Let's do this, Nabi! Let's go.
Keep it ready.
Medium jelly. Okay. Nothing here.
Here we go.
Well, we should be getting a brain field soon.
Wasn't expecting oil.
Here we go. It is nothing. I need to focus.
We got this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Yeah.
Just focus.
Whoa! Nice!
Here I go.
Oh, that was it. Okay. And there is really nothing here. Okay. Oh, that room back there can only be accessible from the top floor. Okay.
Come on.
And from here...
Now, Luca.
You can do it!
The other turned invisible, but I can still see it. Try
Leave
using
it to me.
clairvoyance.
I need your eyes.
There is something here, huh?
Now!
Leave it to me.
Finish this, Yuito!
Now die. It's over. Here we go.
Okay, nothing in there.
Now, Luca.
Looks like there's a resource reading.
Jelly.
Here we go. Come on. Come on. Here we go.
Through the path. Let's see. All the way over there. I feel like I probably would have seen if it was over there. Clearly not, because it's just sitting right there. Okay. Oh.
Good.
This is pretty rare.
You got the hang of this.
Leave it to me!
You can do it!
Stuck. There we go. Okay, so there's all of that. Just don't want to deal with the Santa.
Don't hesitate!
Here we go!
Witness my strength!
It is nothing.
I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything!
Well worth it.
We'll do this together!
Go, Yuito!
Leave it to me!
This is our power, together!
Yeah, we worked really well together.
Okay.
Now, Luca! Here we go! I need your eyes! Hey!
It's down! Give it everything you've got!
Now die! It's over!
That was brilliant!
$2,000. Okay.
You got the hang of this.
The other thing would be in here. Aha. Okay. Behind us.
Here we go! Come on!
Now we're back up to floor 3, so... I know there's a trophy for getting all of them, so I'm just kind of waiting for that to pop up before bothering to read any of it. But it might be behind the big boss room too, because I believe that is all of floor 3 that we've explored. You can double check back here.
Leave it to me!
This, I believe, was green. Yeah.
Here we go! Here we go!
This was just all dead end.
Come on! Now, Luca!
Brittany's wandering a little. Wondering if there are other particles would affect silicon or sulfur-based life. Got a brain become an other, but what if the brain isn't carbon-based? One just being affected because despite being animals, they don't have a cerebral. It's biology, Lumai. I can't help you in that conversation.
You can do it!
And I have a feeling that wasn't a thought process in this game's world building either.
Come on. Here we go.
Okay, so let me go ahead. I'm going to assume the rest of the memories are behind the boss? Or big room if it's a horde. Which I kind of hope it's a boss rather than a horde. I suppose we could also get this set up regardless.
It doesn't look like they're storing data anywhere. I don't even see anything resembling research equipment.
I think the facility is underground, but there weren't any stairs leading down from the first floor.
We'll just have to comb the area ourselves. If this is where they conducted his personality rehabilitation, Nagi's data should be here.
I wonder if Nagi managed to get away. I had all of you there to rescue me, but he was alone.
You're still as kind as ever.
Nagi!
You did come back. Of course you did. I mean, we're best friends, aren't we?
Oh boy.
Looks like Nagi received even more personality rehabilitation.
Because Nagi was regaining his original personality the last time we saw him?
Personality rehabilitation. You traitors against glorious new Himuka are the ones who need rehabilitation, not me! There's no need to worry, Yuito. They specifically told me, you need to be alive when I bring you in!
Come on!
Okay, so here's a unique bot. Oh, he's speed.
We wouldn't have to fight then. Of course, I'll kill anyone else who gets in my way. So what's it gonna be?
I didn't know Nagi could fight this well. If we don't use SAS, we don't have a chance.
Is everyone okay? Don't let the personality rehabilitation control you, Nagi. Yuito is your friend.
That's why I'm doing this. I'm steering my friend to the right path.
Come on. Beat it!
I've seen a lot of people whose personalities suddenly changed like that. I should have started.
This should...
Investigating earlier.
If you did, you would have been personality rehabilitated too. Let's do our best to stop them from now. Maybe we can attack him inside the air bubble. If we use teleportation.
Oh, a little late for that.
Leave it to me!
Yeah! I'm fine.
You guys good?
That was close.
Take that!
Using brain drive.
Brain
drive.
Jesus.
That was close.
You can do it.
And
let me go!
Please stop this!
Suppressor of all enemies. Well, okay, I guess it's like spoilers, I guess, to some extent. We won't see anything else new in the game. Nagi was the final unique enemy.
Too bad for you, I'm not done yet! Yeah!
Guys!
Yuito!
Not again. If I pass out during the fight.
Yuito, I know that was scary. They're all done with the tests now. Honest. Let me see that brave face. You're okay. It's all over.
Mommy! A dream? About my mom? Why would I have that now? Oh, right. This ceiling. It looks like the hospital room from when I was a kid.
Oh!
The smell, too.
That's why it's a rusty chair.
Where am I?
This isn't in Togetsu. Okay.
Huh? I can't use my powers?
You can't use your powers here. Those restraints are designed to nullify your abilities. You're such a fool. All you had to do was play the patriotic hero, and you would have had the world on a platter.
Who are you?
Just a humble staff member of this facility. We've met a number of times when you were a child, but I'm sure you don't remember.
But he...
We did?
Huh.
Have you forgotten about your time here in the hospital with your mother?
Which means this is still somewhere inside the old OSF hospital. Where are my friends?
No idea. Your friends are outside my jurisdiction. I'm in charge of duds.
You mean people without powers?
That's right. I was in charge of the experiments involving you and the Travers brothers. Unlike Karin and Luca,
Same place,
it seems
huh?
like your
Okay.
psionic hormone levels are dropping.
What?
Now that I think about it, your psychokinesis was activated under some unconventional circumstances. Duds have an extremely low chance of manifesting powers in the first place. This could mean there's something special about your cerebrum. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Wait, I'm a dud?
Oh, so you're missing your memories from when you were a dud too. This is going to be tricky. It seems your brain is accumulating damage as you use your power. I need to run some tests before I ask you any questions. I'm sure you've experienced episodes of sudden memory loss or having difficulty remembering your childhood.
Wait, please explain it to me so I can understand.
It's simple. You were born a dud. Then you were hospitalized here with your mother because this was still the OSF hospital at that time. We know that duds are capable of acquiring potent powers. The country sends all duds to this hospital where we run medical experiments on them.
Oh.
I'm a dud? I had no powers?
In any case, it's time to go back to sleep.
Damn it! I can't stay awake.
Yuito! Are you alright?
Yeah, the way he just like slapped that guy out of the way.
Major General Fubuki? How?
The program he gave us was able to tap into the facility's surveillance camera feed.
I knew it would be dangerous infiltrating this place. I made sure I would be available if something happened.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys are all right. I'm sorry, Major General. We couldn't get Nagi's memory data. Right, Nagi. What happened after that?
You suddenly collapsed, and Nagi... he took you, and then used you as a hostage.
We were afraid of hurting you, so we couldn't attack him.
We were locked inside a room. There was strange equipment. I think it was for personality rehabilitation.
The Major General Fubuki showed up before any of us were rehabilitated, so we're all okay. You don't have to worry about us.
Sorry. You're always rescuing me. Thanks, guys.
Wait, it looks like others are gathering.
I've disconnected the alarm, but they should already know Yuito's trying to get away.
We have to escape the hospital. I've already shared the way out with Wataru. I'll hold them off here.
But...
Don't forget, I'm a Septentrion. I can handle myself. Take this. Don't lose it, no matter what.
What is it?
I'll tell you when we get out of here. Now go. You'll only get in my way.
Okay.
I don't see any safe area near here for teleporting. We have to run.
Got it. Please, be careful.
I had no power. I was a dud. I'm more confused than shocked. It's too much to take in.
There!
Yeah.
I wonder...
Nagi must have attacked Yuito under orders from the new Himuka government. We should consider him as being completely under the government's control.
Okay, I think that's going back to where... Yeah, that's the staircase, it looks like. I'm gonna check all these rooms, though.
Come on, we'll do this together.
Use my fire!
Hey! I can hit it! Let's go! Come on! Good! Yeah!
Here we go!
Okay. Where did I leave off? Why can't I... Okay, that's not a real door. Okay. Okay, so that's the exit.
I trust you.
I need to focus.
Just focus. I can hit it. It's over.
Health boost.
Come on. Here we go.
Okay, maybe we have to warp back here on our own time to get the rest of the memories or texts, because those. Oh, wait, then I don't know where that goes. Was this where I thought I was? Oh no, it's a completely separate. Okay. Little offshoot.
Come on.
Oh, stop.
Let's do this, Hanabi. Hey! Come on. Yeah.
Oh, I was like, why is it still up? What's still here? I ever get to go down here? There's an item.
I can't escape this way.
Curious as to how far it would have let me go.
Former Major General Karin?
Yuito, it looks like you finally become a traitor too.
What do you mean?
Did the new Himuka government brand Yuito a traitor?
Yes. I doubt you'd be allowed inside Suo. Come to Seiron. You'll all be accepted as one of them.
You're asking us to help Seiron? The same people who are sticking human brains inside others?
Meanwhile, New Himuka is conducting experiments to metamorphose humans, all in the name of producing a strong power. And at its center is the great city Suo.
They're both twisted. They're both crazy.
All right.
Then what do you want to do? Run to the religious fanatics in Togetsu? They're a religious state. They'd probably be open to taking in criminals such as yourselves. But Togetsu won't necessarily be a safe place this time around.
This time?
Just a figure of speech.
Just a figure of speech, yeah.
New Himuka won't be able to get us into Getsu. They're an independent city. It is a little shady, though.
Is that why you came here, Karin? To tell us this?
It was just an afterthought. However, take this if you're going to Togetsu.
I can't drink this. I won't.
Whether it's human blood or brains, you need to drink it if you want to live. Either way, you'll lose all your memories and powers if you choose to do nothing. The drugs are simply giving you time, so you have to drink it whether you like it or not.
He's up to something. But what is it?
Most likely saving Fubuki.
Should we be helping him?
No, come back to the hideout. Major General Fubuki wanted me to tell you not to worry about him. Besides, I can at least monitor his status from here. Come back, so we can make a plan on whether we're helping him or running to Togetsu.
All right.
Karin's ampule. Sorry, yeah, it's like, well.
Hey, good job, everyone. Man, this unit's so cozy.
Wataru! What are you doing here?
I had a meeting with Major General Fubuki. I was supposed to escape to the hideout if they found out you guys snuck into the old hospital in Lokusho. I mean, I can navigate you anywhere as long as I have a PC and Cynet.
Which means that Fubuki predicted Yuito would be branded a traitor.
So, he told Wataru to come here, since he is Yuito Platoon's operator.
If they're going to make Yuito the bad guy, it makes sense to take out the person who knows what Yuito Platoon is up to. Good thing Wataru got here when he did. Otherwise, they may have subjected him to personality rehabilitation.
Yep, that's basically it. I made sure they didn't know where this hideout was before I left. This was originally a unit for the Sumeragi family. It'd be bad if Chief Kaito found out we're here. But it seems like we're fine for now.
I haven't told my brother that we're using this unit, but we should be careful. We own many others, so I don't think they'd find this place right away. In any case, I can't believe my brother made me into a traitor.
Yuito.
It's really made it clear to me that he sided with the government. Not that I didn't already know that.
Anyway, since I'll be staying here from now on, rest assured that nobody will find this hideout. More importantly, do you still have the thing Major General Fubuki gave you?
I have it right here.
What is it?
It's for Arahabaki, a one-time use key code generator.
Why would he give something that important to...
Major General Fubuki entrusted the key code generator to you because he thought he might not come back alive.
Have you heard anything from him?
I've tracked him leaving the old OSF hospital. He completely disappeared from all systems after that. I hope he hasn't been captured by the government.
My brothers saved Fubuki. I'm sure of it. We have nothing to worry about.
That reminds me. I wonder if it's true that former Major General Karin and Luca were both duds.
I'll look for him on my end, too. Besides, you guys don't have the luxury of worrying about anyone. They're calling you demons and hypocrites in Suo. Our stocks are limited. If you don't make contact with Togetsu or Seiran soon, we're gonna run out of supplies.
How could they do this? They were just hailing him as a hero.
It's fine. They shouldn't have been calling me a hero in the first place. There's actually something I wanted to tell all of you. It seems that I was born without powers.
But you have powers. What are you saying?
You know how I was being treated at the old OSF hospital as a kid? Seems like I was subjected to an experiment that caused me to acquire my power. I think the reason why my powers have been on the fritz lately is because they were artificially engineered. It probably puts a huge strain on my mind.
Are you sure you're okay with telling us this? That you used to be a dud?
Oh, is he sensitive about having been a dud? I mean, hiding it doesn't change the truth. And I figured you all deserve to know, considering all the trouble my unstable power caused you.
It's no trouble. Really.
Yeah, we're just worried about you. It's only natural for us to worry.
But thank you for telling us. I've heard there are many people without powers who live their life suffering in secret.
It's sad, but I do believe that is the case.
And if something ever happens, you know we have your back.
Thanks. All right. We should rest here a little bit and figure out what to do next.
Okay. Phase 7, or standby Phase 7.
It will probably be impossible to recover Nagi's memory data now. I guess this means Major General Fubuki's plan will have to be put on hold.
Now I'm curious. Well, I can go back there. Now, I was hoping I could maybe warp into the bottom.
So you were admitted to this hospital when you were little as part of an experiment on duds? I can't believe they locked kids in a hospital to experiment on them. Must have been scary. That's unforgivable.
I don't really remember it, but thanks for worrying about me.
Okay, I want to try...
I need your eyes!
to just run to the end.
This hospital really is big, though. Even bigger than the current OSF hospital in Suo.
You're right.
It is nothing.
I don't remember when I was admitted, but I bet it was a fully equipped hospital back then. So I'm a rebel. I can't believe Suo was after me. I don't know if I should go to Togetsu or Seiran, but what Seiran is doing is unforgivable.
No, we'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
We'll have our required fights, but I really want to get that last memory piece and then read through them before we wrap up.
Next.
I'm feeling really good. I feel the power coursing through me.
Just connect!
Where even am I? Oh, okay, there we go. What's the... Oh, wait. The path, right? The where I just came from, was it? No, 'cause here's save,
I must
dude.
train more.
it to me!
Now!
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Yeah! Let's go. Yep.
I was too excited.
Yeah.
Thanks, I'll take it.
Yeah. Next.
Isolate them.
Wait, I don't even think I'm locked in here. Like, I just assumed there was a box here. Or was it? Okay. There's a box here, though.
Yeah.
I can hit it.
Keep it up.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
Come on.
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break it.
It is nothing.
So, like, I'm trying to hit L2.
It's not over. Right in the middle.
You got the hang of this.
That must be its weak spot.
At this rate.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Leave it to me.
Here you go.
I can hit it. There.
Do it.
My fault.
Another one. No chance.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I was like, after all that, it didn't even break the shell. Really? Let's see, from here, go straight across. Okay, so top floor. Gotta go the long way around.
Yuito, use my power with SAS. You can't see it, but the other is still around. Use SAS to find it.
Alright, not being locked in. Let's go. Okay. Over here.
I need your eyes.
Alright. Just something screaming. Got it.
Come on.
There's really no memory? Surely, it's gotta be somewhere here. I didn't get the trophy. Like, trying to get a lay of the land here.
Huh? Did you see something, Tsugumi? What if it was a ghost?
We can't lose.
Yeah. Next. Hey!
Great job, Yuito. That last attack finished it.
Okay, so it's not here. We still have one further down we can go. What's this floor look like? Well, hope it's on the other side.
Huh?
I trust you.
Found you! Now die! Come on!
And Yuito.
Let's go! Come on! It is nothing! I can hit it! It's over!
Finish this, Yuito!
What the hell? The 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We're missing 2 of them. How the fuck? 1 and 3. Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, I guess I'll look for those later. I don't want to sit here, because I could very easily do so. Like an hour, probably. Wait, I can go further down?
Here we go! Come on!
Oh, and then this takes us... Oh, wait. Takes me back to the experimental facility. Which I can't warp to, but I can still walk around here, huh? Just shows there's 2 items. Should be it, right? Like, let's just double check. Yeah, we can just walk in for some reason. Like this box had lights on it. Look suspicious. Oh, well, I guess. Where am I? I guess I could have gone this way. Like, I forgot, yeah, there's this whole side wing now. It's green.
Whoa.
Wonder how long this has been here. Probably the whole time, right? This is literally like the first turn.
Seems
Go
like we
here,
get along well.
and then up the
I don't
steps.
know how you feel,
I've never
but I'm
once
happy.
looked. Okay. That's 1. So I'm missing number 3. If they're in order, that means there's just something up here I didn't.
Wait, there's a resource reading near here. What do you want to do?
And if it is on the map, it's one of these dots. Alright.
Now, Luca!
You can do it!
If I warp away, it respawns shit, so I might as well.
Leave it to me!
Come on!
That there. Opposite side of the room. Ah, here we are. Something fighting
We'll do
me.
this together.
Can't pick it up until it's dead.
It's down! Give it everything you've got!
Yuito, do it!
Now die! Come on!
There we go. Okay. So, what do we got here? We'll read them 1 through 10 in that order. Work memorandum. The research of human experiment H13 will conclude today. Tests were conducted both 5 and 10 years ago, but results were inconclusive. Considering the subject's age, we have decided there is nothing more to expect. H13 is out of my hands now, so starting today, I will be helping with testing IO7. Knowing IO7 already had a supervisor made me curious as to whether or not I was necessary, but now I understand. IO7 is a subject that requires special care. It seems our instructions are to test carefully and double down on safety measures. This isn't uncommon, but it sure is a pain. IO7 is in a fine state of health, but it appears the official word is that the subject is of weak constitution. However, even though we are sharing management duties, I'm not sure letting the subject play freely in the ward is wise. I suppose the nurse will take responsibility if anything were to happen. Okay, so IO7 is probably Yuito then. Where, what, H13? Both 5 and 10 years ago. Was H13 maybe both Travers brothers in one experiment? Over there. So number 3. Today's test yielded no significant results. This is normal, so we can't be discouraged. IO7 doesn't cry or throw tantrums, so they are easy to care for, but observation is difficult. It's easier to see changes in the brain for more impulsive subjects. Personally, I believe that looking at trends in the observation data, IO7 may be the type we can have some expectation for. Perhaps the next test will be something to look forward to. Well, we saw the flashback of us crying, so maybe this isn't Yuito. Problems were reported with subject H13, a subject we gave up on and were concluding testing on. Oh, H13. The subject was a bit rebellious, but we can't let this problem develop further. Seeing as we can't discharge the subject as is, we will follow protocol and move to corrective measures. Rebellious, huh? Okay. Nothing to note in today's test. IO7 is crying for their mother. This closeness to the mother may be the result of too much special treatment. I can't say that IO7's brain is that spectacular. There is a possibility for success, but even in that case, I wonder if we'll achieve the results we want. H13's correction is complete, but progress is not good. It'll be difficult to discharge a subject like this. The subject has been moved to a floor with secure rooms, but they are spending all day writing on the walls. Attempts at conversation have been unsuccessful. If there are no signs of improvement, disposal may be necessary. I wonder if the person in charge of correction did it properly, but regardless, I don't want to be bothered with this any further. 7. I've observed a small change in IO7's brain data. Perhaps this is the first step forward. However, we have seen plenty of this in the past. Only a handful of them have made it to the final manifestation. Exceptionally powerful, if that's the case, then the only subject that can be said to be successful was SO7. Another one. That was a result of our research, the fruits of our wisdom. If a means of mass production can be discovered, it will change everything we think we know about the world. There's no need to consider for what purpose. That isn't our field. I've received a notification that it has been decided to dispose of H13. The fact that there are no relations likely sped up the decision. This is normal with research subjects. On that point, caring for IO7 can be a burden, but there shouldn't be a problem if we handle it. I went up to the ward to observe IO7, but they weren't in their room. Goodness, they've probably got, they're probably off somewhere with the mother. But H13 has been killed. They were slated for disposal, but would that be better than being eaten alive? I don't want to think about it. The hospital's in chaos. I shouldn't be making this recording either, but it's the only way I can preserve my thoughts. I don't want to lose any precious test samples. If they didn't take notice of the alarm, they may not have made it out. Regardless, this place is finished. The forecast reading was a 0%, but we're being attacked by so many at once, it's unbelievable. The OSF who are fighting back are likely those who happen to be here as patients. Main force hasn't arrived from Suo yet. The alarm to the lab should have been sealed when the alarm went off. Or the entrance to the lab should have been sealed when the alarm went off. I can't go up back there. Up ahead, there's an employee. The message could not recognize voice entry, saving text and ending voice entry. Yeah, so this is definitely like... So maybe 13 is... Or not 13. 13 they killed. Or, well, planned on killing and then died in the others. I don't know if we'll ever really... We'll have any way to figuring out who 13 is. But 7... I don't say crying for their mother too much. I guess at the start we weren't, but then... You know, we did. So I guess 7 is Yuito. I am curious, if we go to characters, what is Yuito's number? Oh, okay. I was wondering if there was a 7 in our ID classification. IO7 situation or something. Okay. Huh. Alright. Neat little lore. I knew there was a trophy locked, or a trophy surrounding them. Anyway, we definitely wanted to get all those. 13 was an astounding success. I thought that was Karen. See, I was kind of thinking that, but then they said died. But I guess multiple timelines, multiple Karens. But if it's the same guy going around... no, he can... We already saw from the end of the game. He can persist in the same place at once. You just don't touch yourself, right? Then you absorb yourself. So I guess it could still be... I don't know, that makes it like... and we dive into like multiple timelines and shit. Like, it maybe, but... No. Okay, what? Everyone died with slave rituals because I don't think that was... Yeah, it was 13. Where was that? 9? H13 has been killed. They briefly mentioned one other number. So there were 3 ID numbers. It was IO7, H13, and then like an S something. But there was no real elaboration on the S subject. I don't remember which one had that. Though H13 was apparently tested twice. 5 and 10 years ago. So like age-wise, it does kind of work out to be Karen. But the fact that they said H13 died. One or... but he's rebellious, which I see as Karen. Oh yeah, there it was. Exceptionally powerful. The only subject that can said to be successful is SO9. So and yeah, I received notification that it decided to dispose of H13. They were going to, but the others killed beforehand. So I don't know. And because those are optional pickups, I have a feeling we probably won't get any sort of elaboration ever. Unless it's in Luca's bonds. If one of the Travers was involved as one of the other numbers somehow. Maybe. But Fubuki did just, or it was a Fubuki? Someone did just say that every dud is experimented on. They're sent to that hospital for experiments. So could quite literally be anyone. But there's only 3 duds that we know of, I believe. Right? Yuito, Luca, and then Karen, which we learned tonight. Alright. Good progress. We are definitely over the halfway point. If the phases are as, like, what was it, 9 and 10, I think were Kasane's longest phases. Those were, like, their own streams each. Don't know if Yuito's will be anywhere near the same. Right now, too much thinking, trying to figure it out. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow. Hopefully get a good chunk done. Like, if we can get through 9, that'd be pretty sick, because then that would give us at least 1, or like 2 streams left, but then there's the rest of the bonds we gotta get to, so. And once we get, like, everyone back together, there's all that to get through, which are decently lengthy. We'll see. All right. How to get out again too. Gotta hate the heat. But yes, that's gonna be it. Like I said, thank you all for joining me. Do very much appreciate it. Be back at it tomorrow. And then Monster Hunter Stories on Friday. Excited for that. But yeah. Have a good night, everyone.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me! Father!